very important session today, need of the hour kind of session, wherein as we are grappling with the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, I think certain more challenges are also seen presently and in the days to come. So present challenges of mucormycosis and its almost declared epidemic is doing the rounds in the country.
Recording in progress.
And also with that, we are also having some fears, known, unknown, about the upcoming third wave. So addressing these immediate concerns and future concerns, we have crafted an excellent program. I would specifically congratulate Dr. Rajadaksha for having conceptualized this idea, and Mr. Dabir for executed this idea, and all are starred and a galaxy of speakers here for having facilitated this idea about the mucormycosis epidemic and the third wave. So I promise each and every attendant here that by the time you leave this session by this afternoon, you'll be learned not only in the latest, up-to-date, but also the authentic information on these two topics. So without further ado, I would welcome our President, Dr. Rajadaksha, who is the head of the Department of Medical Oncology at the BLY Nair Medical College and Hospital, to please address the August gathering and give his consent to inaugurate and start the session. Dr. Rajadaksha, please.
Thank you, Amit. Good morning, everybody. I think I must thank Mr. Dabir of Sinsan Pharma for helping MAP and our team for organizing such a nice eCME. And this is the very, very important topic. Everybody asking about mucormycosis in the backdrop of COVID pandemic. And also everybody wants to know what is third wave, whether it is going to come, when it is going to come, and whether we are prepared for this third wave. I'm very happy to inform you that all the top speakers like Dr. Shashank Joshi, like Dr. Mr. Sharma, who is the Commissioner of Thane Municipal Corporation, Dr. Davda, Dr. Bachi Hathira, and Dr. Vicky Khattar, they have immediately agreed and accepted our invitation to deliver lectures on this. And I'm sure all of you will be very, very satisfied at the end of this CME, and you will get good knowledge about mucormycosis and the third wave of COVID pandemic, whether it is there or when it is going to come and all. So without wasting much time, I request Dr. Amit to start the proceedings, and we'll start with our first lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would want our anchor for the day, Ms. Pallavi, who's from the Sinsan industry, and I welcome her and I thank her for anchoring and doing a very responsible job during this entire event, to please start the proceedings and invite the first chairperson for the morning. Pallavi, you're muted.
Good morning, everyone. Now let us call upon our first chairperson, Dr. B.K. Mahavarkar. He will Mahavarkar Hospital, which is based at Thane. So I would like to call upon Dr. B.K. Mahavarkar and ask him to chair the session and introduce our speaker.
Thank you. First of all, I am very much thankful to MAP committee, Dr. Rajadaksh, Dr. Amit Saraf, and Dabi, who is the host for this one, for giving me a chance to introduce such a nice and stalwart Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is associated with me, probably through API, through MAP, and through RSJ for last 20-25 years. And he is a well-known national and international figure. He is the best endocrinologist in India, but now he has become a global consultant because in pandemics he is getting consultation from all over the world. So with, actually I have to read so many things, but only few I am going to highlight about his achievements. First is Padma Shri awardee. He is a Padma Shri awardee, and we are fortunate enough to felicitate him in MapCon 2014, the first time through API Thane. And he readily agreed to come and um, get our, felicitation. So that was the first thing. Second thing, he is a gold medalist throughout the academic career. Immediate past Dean of Indian College of Physicians, key member of Maharashtra State COVID Task Force, consultant endocrinologist at Leelavati Hospital, Mumbai, present and past president of numerous academic and professional bodies in India and abroad. With this, actually, I invite Dr. Shashank Joshi for his topic, the third wave prediction and preparedness of the country, or Maharashtra, we can say. Over to Dr. Shashank Joshi.
So I request Dr. Shashank sir, please share your screen and your presentation.
Is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
So at the onset, let me thank Professor Rajadeksha, Dr. Amit Saraf, full team MAP, all the office bearers of MAP, and my very close friend, Dr. Mahavarkar. And particularly, I have to thank Dr. Rajadeksha. He was persistently persistent that I must talk. And fundamentally, we need to be responsible. But here they have given me a topic which is going to be a very peculiar topic. That is the third wave, the preparedness. What is the likelihood of a third wave, and where will we? So I have taken the liberty of changing the topic, that we are all looking forward to freedom from COVID, and the third wave looks inevitable, and waves will keep on coming and going. Actually, waves are not typical terms in viral pandemic, but having said that, today we are on the 23rd of May. I want to wish everybody, it's the World Thyroid Day, so it's the World's Energy Day, and I think we should wish everybody a very happy Thyroid Day. Thyroid is a grossly undiagnosed problem, and we need to detect it fast. But today we are in these COVID times, and we are all COVIDized, and we are all in the second wave, and probably just receding the peak. We still at the peak, but we are at the lower end of the peak in the second wave. So the main question which we need to ask is, when these waves comes and goes, can we break the chain? And have we learned from lessons from the past? So I just want to take you through the Spanish flu and the data from Spanish flu from the United Kingdom. If you see on the left hand side, clearly you can see that there were deaths from the first wave, there were deaths from the second wave, and there were deaths from the third wave. And between 1918 and 1919, Spanish flu ravaged the world. And I don't think we learned much from that experience, because we saw the first wave in 2020, and as we are into 2021, and we recently had the 21st day of the 21st week of the 21st century, we still have not learned from our experience more than 100 years old, that we are still battling a geometric rise due to a variant of concern in India at least. So clearly, if you look at the data sets from the past pandemics, usually 3 waves are expected. So to expect and anticipate the third wave is logical, it is prudent, and probably will happen. What we can do and what the virus can do. What we can do through human behavior, through disaster management, is probably dent that curve. And what the virus will do is it will keep mutating to trick human beings. So, we are already in the second wave, but across the world, look at these graphs. You have Europe, in which different countries like Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Netherlands, Poland, Spain, Sweden, and UK. They all have passed their second wave, and that was predominantly in the winter season. So in the temperate climates, the one thing is very clear: in temperate climates, the usual wave of COVID comes in winter season. But in tropical climates like India, we have seen from the first and second wave, it comes as the spring starts, and that is what has been a consistent observation. So this is Europe, which you can see here. This is Brazil, and the whole challenge we saw in Brazil, and they have just got out of their second wave and they are into their third wave. Then you know that Olympics last year was supposed to happen, and Japan is a masked country. And despite of persistent masking, Tokyo is very much like Mumbai. It is population dense. It had its first wave, which Japan had. Then it had a second wave, and now it is in the third wave. And this is really looming large on the whole Olympic movement. In all probability, they'll still hold it, but there are a lot of situations and challenges. And then let us move to their neighbor, which is Korea, which saw the first wave, which saw a second wave, which saw a third wave, and the potential possibility of a fourth wave peak is looming large as we talk in Korea as well. So remember that, India is not unique. This is a global epidemic, and you can see whether it is Europe, where the third wave is likely to occur, and in some geographies of Europe, they are already in third and fourth wave, like France. If you look at United States, already Michigan is in fourth wave. Look at Brazil, look at Japan, look at Korea, and look at Hong Kong. They are all in their fourth wave. So what are the second wave graphics of different nations? This was US. It was a very, very large wave. This is India. Now we are on the receding. This is Brazil. This is again Russia in their second wave, France in their second wave, Italy in their second wave, UK in their second wave, Spain and Argentina. So if you look at a global map, India also has had a large second wave, and that has definitely hit us. So obviously, when we look at it, globally, this is a situation. Normally, the fall peak is seen, and we are seeing a spring peak. So based on the geography where we reside, you might either get a peak and valley pattern, you may get a slow burn pattern, or you may just get an erratic pattern. We know that COVID is predictably unpredictable, and therefore this is something which we see. So this is the state of the third wave in Europe. You can see here, France, Germany, Italy, Spain and UK, how the third wave will look at. So obviously what decides the fate of viral replication? We all know it is a trinity of immunity, inflammation and intervention, and the cytokine signatures. And we know that whatever is going to determine the severity of the disease and the symptoms and pre-symptoms of the disease is going to be the key. So I think it's all about immunity and its intervention, the B and the T cells. And we know most COVID, 80% will be self-limiting, only 15 to 20% will be severe, and only 1 to 2% will be fatal. But if the numbers are very high, it will be very robust. Our whole idea to eliminate COVID is to generate something called HIT, herd immunity threshold. And that will only come if we develop an adaptive immunity. And that adaptive immunity will only come if our immune system is robust. That means we have appropriate dendritic cells which uptake and activate the viral antigens. We have very efficient T helper cells which can make cytokines and kill the virus. We have very efficient T regulatory cells which can regulate inflammation and preclude or prevent cytokine storm. We have very robust cytotoxic lymphocytes which can kill the infected virons, the cells which have been infected by the SARS-CoV-2. And then, of course, we have the follicular helper cells, which can induce antibodies via plasma cells and have neutralizing capabilities. But the primary thing which we want to do in COVID, either after a natural infection or after a vaccination, is to have a very robust memory T cell response. And that's going to be the key driver, whether you will get a robust third wave, fourth wave, or a very, very mild third or tricky wave. So it's all about the immunological T cells and the T follicular helper cells for the humoral response and the B cell response. So ultimately, if our body is able to, and our CD4 T cells are able to generate a high affinity antibody titer, which is spike specific and has neutralizing antibodies with memory B cells after we recover from COVID, that's the key. We know that COVID is a thromboinflammatory disease. I don't want to go into that. And we need to recognize the red flags. New score, which involves respiratory rate, saturation, and blood pressure, pulse, conscious level, and temperature, is a very easy way to triage it. 6-minute walk test is something which we all know very well. And we know that the red flags like new score above 5, any single use parameter above 3, sudden onset breathlessness, or a positive 6-minute walk test should allow you to triage your patients and get them on board. The most important thing as clinicians we need to understand is to triage mild, moderate, and severe disease and probably treat it at each stage. And I don't want to go into treatment because that's a separate issue. But the whole idea is to understand the immunopathology of cytokine storm better, whether it's the initiation stage 1 phase, whether it's the amplification phase or the consummation phase. And we try to pick up people who have high ferritin and low lymphocytes in the stage 1. If we are able to pick it at that level and basically aggressively attack it appropriately there, probably we can save lives. Of course, we all know about oxygen, and you are today here predominantly because of mucormycosis, but I really don't know whether there is any link with any sort of industrial use of oxygen being linked to the mucor. The only thing which could be linked could be the sterile water which is used for oxygenation. Steroids are double-edged weapons. We know that steroids can be life-saving if used in the right dose at the right time to the right people, but we discourage use of oral steroids only in people who need oxygen with saturation below 93%. Steroids should be used for a finite period of time, like methylprednisolone 40 mg BID for 3, 5 or 7 days, and dexamethasone probably 6 mg for 5 or 7 days. Antivirals have very, very limited role. They have come and gone, and the tsunami which COVID leaves behind of cardiorespiratory complications, glucometabolic complications, neuropsychiatric complications are too well known. And therefore, the long COVID is now 90 or 100 days. We know there is a tsunami of lung fibrosis, sudden cardiac deaths, sinus inappropriate tachycardia, post-traumatic stress disorder, fatigue, and so on and so forth. But currently, why are these waves occurring? Are they occurring because of the word called mutant? Do we have a variant of concern? What is this variant of concern? What is a single mutant, double mutant, and triple mutant? Well, I think from the second wave which we saw in Maharashtra, we knew from the places like Amravati, they had a freak test positivity rate of 50%. When those samples from Amravati, Akola, Buldhana, Yavatmal were analyzed by the BJ Medical College Library, which had a high throughput sequencer, Dr. Karyakarte's team in microbiology was able to pick up a double mutant, namely the E484Q as well as the L454R, and that double mutant was a variant of concern. Only thing we knew from that time was this was faster spreading, so it was having a clustering. So if normally if one person was infected with the last year's first wave strain, maybe 2 or 3 people in a house of 10 would get infected. But if you got a double mutant strain and if one was infected, probably the whole 10 out of 10 became infected. So there was a cluster spreading, faster recovering, low case fatality rate mutant, which was seen. But the virulence has now been relooked at, and we don't know whether it is high virulence or low virulence. Probably because of the sheer numbers, the population was overwhelmed, and which is why access to medical care was poor, and which is why probably the virulence appears to be, stringent. But the current thinking is that it is low case fatality rate, high recovery rate, and a very, very high spreading rate. And that's the double mutant. We know from Bengal, Dr. Anurag Agarwal's group identified a triple mutant. The big concern about mutants is that these are antigenic shifts and drifts. They can cause an immune escape or a vaccine escape. And this is something which we have seen in some vaccines like Covishield, which can occasionally but rarely have immune escape as a phenomenon. And probably we know the data on all these vaccines is very scant when it comes to mutants. So one thing we know from the second wave, it's faster transmitting, lower virulence. So what would be the likely pathognomonic features of the third wave? It is possible that the highly exposed people in the first wave were the senior citizens in the slum population, and probably they had developed antibodies and they were spared from the second wave. Second one was younger population, which was going out with relatively less comorbidities, and unvaccinated population. And probably after 6 months, we'll get the third wave, which will be in a younger group of populations. So remember, there won't be a pediatric wave, but there's a likelihood that there might be a little more impact on the children population. So there is no need to panic that there is going to be a pediatric waves. These so-called mutants should not be using geographies, but we know the predominant strains in each geography. Like if you go to United Kingdom, it is the B117. If you go to Brazil, it is P1. If you go to South Africa, it is 351. And the Indian strain is 1.617, 1, 2, and 3, and it is at 2, which is that of concern. And that double mutant is different. The UK variant in Delhi is different. Maybe the Delhi variant is more transmissible. It may bypass nose and throat and go to the lung, and virulence is unknown. So fundamentally, this was a prediction model which was written up as, a year back in April 30, 2020. And Kissler et al. That time said that there could be peaks and valleys, there could be fall peak, and they felt that the height and the interval of the waves will depend on the multiple factors, including control measures. But they that time warned us to prepare for 18 to 24 months for periodic hotspots with diverse geographies. And that's exactly what has happened. And the global prediction is that probably by April of 2022, COVID will be a manageable disease like malaria, dengue, and we will be into a post-COVID era. And I think by that time, hopefully, the whole Indian population, at least 70% or more, will be immunized. So obviously, then we need to get public health measures. So if you don't control the outbreak, it is uncontrolled. If you do quarantine and isolation, then the peak comes down. And if you do quarantine, isolation and distancing, then you can see the differences which occurs. The final part is preparedness, because we need to enhance medical preparedness, and that is why we have restrictions in place. Like we need to estimate the demand for medical services. We need to focus on home care and triaging of patients, and which is why family physicians have to be involved. I congratulate MAP for doing these capacity building programs. We need to ramp up medical supplies for future increase on COVID cases. We need to train medical trainees as a backup staff. We need to set up oxygen generating plants. We need to suspend elective procedures and restrict non-emergent outpatient care. We need to prevent hospitals, testing sites, and vaccination centers to become super spreader sites. We need to equip staff and high quality personnel with protective equipment. And we definitely need to have the jumbo facilities or the temporary dedicated COVID facilities in partnership with the private sector. The other thing is we need to definitely upscale our mass vaccination, particularly in the vaccine vulnerable populations. We have supply issues. We need to support state level demands. We need to negotiate and coordinate vaccine procurement. We need to ensure that the patents are waived and larger number of vaccines are available. We need to incentivize local manufacturing, ensure a good supply and a cold chain, and ensure that everybody is saturated. We definitely need to temporarily ban gatherings for more than 10 people and close all venues which such gatherings are occurring. We need to close indoor public spaces except those providing essential services. We need to do physical distancing and hygiene with mandatory universal masking in confined spaces, and we need to focus on cross ventilation in indoor spaces. International and domestic mobility has to be restricted. International travels need a mandatory 7 days institutional quarantine and a 2-week home quarantine followed by negative RT-PCR. And we need to have easy home care, point of care tests like rapid antigen tests at low risk areas of all points like bus travel, so on and so forth. We need to scale up RT-PCR testing. We need to have innovative methods like CRISPR technology. We need to ensure that we get diagnosis of COVID based on symptoms and admit them or isolate them. We need to get test results which are expedited and probably in 4 hours, and we don't know that that is possible and they are affordable. So you know that a home-based kit will be available at 250 rupees. ICMR approved as a rapid antigen test at 250 rupees called My Home Labs or COVID Self. And we'll also have the RT-PCR now at 400 rupees with a turnaround time of 4 hours. We of course need to decentralize contact tracing and isolation. We need to have public communication, data transparency, and so on and so forth. We of course need a political will, which is there probably in our state and across India now. We need to have decision-making data. So we need to ensure that we analyze microdata, we ramp up our genome sequencing, we need to release the genome and the clinical data to the scientific community. But fundamentally, we need to be responsible. I think if we do not behave responsibly as doctors, as citizens, and if people don't cooperate with us, we are in all possibility likely to get and suffer probably the third wave. And we need to be prepared. We are preparing it in terms of pediatric task forces. But remember, this wave and the first wave, the difference were in the social demographics, but the predominant population still affected is the senior citizens only. So even if you compare this wave, last wave was above 60, now it is above 50. But a small chunk of 10-15% was seen in people below 30. So that was probably 2% in the last wave, but the sheer numbers do not justify that. So having said all this, I will stop here. I'll be happy to answer questions. I'm sure that this is a topic which will have a lot of dialogue and debate, but we have to ensure that we have to make, and all of you all, as physicians, have a very huge responsibility, not only in COVID care, but I think you all are the chain breakers in the community, because the influence you all yield as doctors probably is one of the highest. And we have to now train family physicians in your respective geographies so that they can, home check, home isolate, and home care COVID people better, so that the burden on our healthcare infrastructure is able to be handled better. And I think that is something which is very doable. And I think the third wave is likely to be a little smaller than the second wave. It is likely to occur. And if we are able to saturate the population, with vaccines in the next 3 to 6 months, which may happen, then probably we will be in a much better space without any major mutant which may have an immune escape. So I think if these two caveats are held, then obviously we will see that. So I'll be happy to answer questions, Dr. Mahavarkar. Once again, thank you so much. And I also thank our friends from Sinsan for supporting educational activities for a long time, including COVID. So they are more into cardiometabolic space. They are now supporting activities in COVID, which is welcome. So I congratulate Mr. Dabir's team. But I must thank once again my very close friend, Professor Raja Deksha and Dr. Amit Saraf for allowing me to speak here on this different topic. And of course, for Dr. Mahavarkar for this unusual and unique topic. Thank you. So we have some time for questions. I deliberately
thank you, Shashank, for this wonderful lecture. It was so elaborative that hardly people have any questions. But there is one question from Dr. Shalini. What are the chances that elderly who suffered second wave can catch the disease in the third also? Will immunity from the disease be lost and protect them? This is the question.
So that's a very good question. So how long does natural infection protect us? So usually the dictum is that it will protect us. The current data suggests it will protect us for 210 to 240 days. And therefore the likelihood of that person suffering in the next wave is lower. But the likelihood of that person suffering in the fourth wave is higher. For example, people in Dharavi, I'll give you the classical human lab, Dharavi. In Dharavi, it was the hotbed in the first wave. Even today at the peak of the second wave, Dharavi has not reported more than 100 cases. And we know that. So it's a live experiment. And in the third wave, we are reasonably certain, because now their seropositivity like 55% is down to 39%. And in another 6 months, that seropositivity will fall down to maybe 20%. Again, that will be hit. So we can be very sure that it will skip one wave. So Dr. Shalini, don't panic, because natural infection confers immunity, and which is why now Government of India said even if you take the vaccine after 6 months, it's okay. Then they revised their guideline and said 3 months is fine. But if you ask me, you are reasonably strong and protected for a period of at least 6 months to 9 months. And the current scientific data, because see, in pandemic times, we should be guided by science, which is published and which is evidence-based. So the current scientific evidence-based answer is usually natural infection, even in the current strain, will last you immunity for 210 days. And the antibody clearance in 90% of people is likely to occur after 210 to 240 days. While there is a group which might have a rapid decline of antibodies, which is that vulnerable group, people who are undergoing chemotherapy, who have cancer, who have immunological or rheumatological diseases. They don't make a robust immune response. So whether they get natural infection or whether they get the vaccination, their response is not so robust. So they may be more vulnerable to get a reinfection. So that is something which we should be mindful of, and we should keep it at the back of our minds. There's one more question, I think, Dr. Mahavar.
Thank you. One more question. When India is likely to get third and fourth waves in Mumbai?
The third wave, I am not an astrologer, and I wish the third wave doesn't come. But around September is what is the anticipation of the third wave. But I could be wrong, because I had predicted the second wave between 25th of December and 26th of January. And probably what happened is Kent British strain became very hyper. So hyper vigilance started. Actually, we had a tighter lockdown, if you remember, in December. And probably we were able to defer that second wave and unlocking almost up to January. And that's why we were almost locked out. And then we pushed the second wave by around 2 months. And then, of course, by March, we were in thick of that second wave. So third wave September, October is the likely
Okay.
chance when we should get the third wave. But right now also, we are seeing that despite of restrictions, the restrictions are not tight enough. The numbers are coming down, but they are not reasonably loud for us to be happy about them.
Okay. Thank you. There is one more question from
Dr.
Seema.
Devgaonkar, I think, is asking a
This
question.
is the last question.
Dr. Devgaonkar is asking a question, sir.
Okay. Devgaonkar. Okay. He is asking me a question.
You'll have to unmute. Dr. Devgaonkar, you'll have to unmute.
Hey, actually, hello. Shashank, as usual, it is a very good talk, very informative. The thing which I want to, I'm joking. just I want to ask you one question. The newer drug, which is from DRDO, when it can be used, can we use it in an early stage of the disease?
So see, this drug cannot be used in half the comorbidities. You can't give it in heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes. It is a sugar cheater drug. It's a very old drug used in cancer. We don't have much data except a small trial in phase 2 and phase 3. The phase 2 trial has been done by our friends from Patanjali. They are the authors on it. Acharya is the author of that paper, and our fondness with Patanjali and Baba Ramdev. So we are not so sure, but I think the attractive thing is that very early in the disease you may have a role for this 2TG. But we need to have more data. So I would use it as a research mode, and only in mild diseases who don't have any comorbidities. But of course now it's economical, it's a sachet, so it may have a role, but it's not a standard of care. So I don't think the National Task Force has put it in the protocol. We have certainly not put it in the Maharashtra protocol because we need to do more research and data on the same. Of course, we have the monoclonal antibodies which have just coming and they'll be available tomorrow. They are a game changer. So clearly that DRDO drug has a challenge.
Probably there is one more question. Just you can answer that. The Seema asked, why no more waves in China?
See, China, actually, we don't know the truth in China. But I have reasonably, because of my association with the International Diabetes Federation, I have very close friends in China. China is geomapped. So every person in China, there is no privacy. See, today we are a democratic country. We have a lot of privacy. We have an Arogya Setu app. So they have a Chinese app.
Okay.
So every human being in China which moves out, is geomapped. And they probably have had already 3 waves. But their data is not in public domain because they are a very regulated country. And we respect their regularity. But we know that I'm a right winger. So that is, my affiliations are very clear. And therefore, I'm not so sure. But what they have done is they have got very tight policing. So they have zero tolerance for violators. So I think if there is somebody doesn't wear a mask and goes out and breaks a rule, then they are given one warning with a penitentiary fine, which is half the month's income is taken away. And second time they violate, then I think they are put into jail. And I think third time if they violate, then they are shot dead. So that's the philosophy they follow. I don't think we can do that ever in any democratic country on planet Earth except China. So we should not comment. But they have been able to mitigate the pandemic to a great extent. But we don't know the data. There is no data transparency there. So there is no data on genomics there. There is no data on their second, third wave. But remember one thing from China, highest publication output on COVID comes from China, even today. Largest number of medical publications or biomedical publications on COVID space are coming actually from China. So that is something very surprising, that though they have never crossed more than 80,000 cases, they have been consistent to publish that data. So obviously they must be having some COVID, or they have got enough reservoir samples to publish that data. So China is a mystery to me. I am not an expert on China at all. Neither is our Ministry of External Affairs. Neither our National Security Advisor can answer your question. I think we don't know what's happening in China. All I can say is I would rather move to Taiwan. And Taiwan has shown the world how to control COVID. Taiwan has got a very strong masking policy, and they have been able to contain the pandemic well. I think China also has got a very tight policing policy. I think they have been more mandatory in terms of enforcement. We also have been trying to put restrictions. but human behavior is very rebellious and revengeful. So my only worry now of the third wave is that the third wave is in our hands. So if we do not behave ourselves, like I know Narayan is my good friend and he's jogging in Nashik, but he's not wearing a mask when he's jogging. So I'm a little worried, and he has to set and lead by example. So I'm going to scold Narayan to put a mask because at least he needs to, Narayan, you need to wear a mask, man.
No,
or
no,
you are
I'm
in
alone.
A compound of your.
I'm alone.
Achha, you are alone.
Yeah, I am in the campus itself. In my home campus.
Lead by example. In your home campus. Then it is okay. Sorry for that. But anyway, but we need to lead by examples, and I think we need to double mask and have appropriate environment. So I think let's not discuss China because I'm not an expert on all that, but I think they have some measures which are good and their data and science has been very robust. They published the largest amount of research publications in COVID space. So at least they were insightful for us. Beyond that, God bless them.
So thank you, Shashank. There are no relevant questions, so I stop here. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. Over to Amit or.
Thank you so much, Shashank sir and Mahavarkar sir. It was a really great session, and hope this will be a very benefited to all our delegates. Now let's move to our next session on tackling the third wave. For that, I would like to call upon Dr. Amit Saraf to chair this session. About Dr. Amit Saraf, he is a Director, Internal Medicine, Jupiter Hospital, based at Thane. So, Dr. Saraf, I request you please introduce our next speaker for the next session.
Thank you, Pallavi. Dr. Joshi, as usual, very good talk, and thank you so much for those insights and inputs. From one star speaker to another star speaker, we have Dr. Vipin Sharma, who's one of the most renowned, well-known, and a public figure, a doctor at heart. He is a IAS officer of the 2005 Maharashtra cadre batch. He's an MBBS from Rohtak, MA Developmental Studies, IDS from Sussex in the United Kingdom, MA in Public Policy, PGDRM and IAS Mussoorie. He was awarded the highly prestigious Subhash Dua Memorial Gold Medal for the Best Outstanding Officer even whilst he was a trainee. He's worked in various capacities in the state of Maharashtra, including a sub-divisional magistrate in Jargaon, in Jalna as well, the CEO of the Jilla Parishad in Chandrapur, Municipal Commissioner in Akola, Magistrate in Latur, the Commissioner of the Sugar Belt of Maharashtra State, Education Commissioner of Maharashtra State, Director General of Maharashtra Energy and Development Agency, Additional Municipal Commissioner, the Pune Municipal Corporation. While working as the CEO of Jilla Parishad, he took Jilla Parishad of Chandrapur from the rank of 28 to the third rank in the state, which is commendable in the year 2009 to 10, knowing Chandrapur with all its challenges. As a collector of Latur, he has his model of providing G2C, government to citizen services online through Latur Setu Online, which became the role model in the state with the provision of 354 G2C services with a single window system online. As a commissioner of the Sugar Belt in Maharashtra, his model of calculating the sugarcane price by revenue sharing between farmers and sugar mills became a role model and has been taken up by the central government for implementation in other sugar producing states of the country. As a commissioner of the education department in Maharashtra, he looked after all aspects of state education from class 1 to 12. The setup had around 1 million teachers, 23 million students, and around 1,08,000 schools with a budget of approximately 51 crore, which comes to approximately US 8 billion. As a Director General of MEDA, he was responsible for achieving renewable energy target of Maharashtra state and the last mile of electrification in the rural state of Maharashtra. And while working as the additional municipal commissioner, we are all aware that Pune city was ranked as the most livable city of India, and he was responsible for that ranking, working closely with the civic authorities as a commissioner there and making it the most livable city for 2 consecutive years of 1819 and 1920. He has represented India officially in the deliberations of International Sugar Organization and plenary sessions. Presently, Dr. Vipin Sharma is the commissioner of Thane city. He has, along with his Mumbai counterparts, worked brilliantly in controlling this second wave in the city of Thane. He has an on-ground feel. He's an extremely polite. I know him personally, very well versed with the latest knowledge, and an up-to-date commissioner and a doctor. It is a pleasure and a privilege, sir, to have you today on our forum to talk to us from a medical and a bureaucratic perspective of how to tackle the third wave. Over to you, Dr. Vipin Sharma, please.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Saraf, for your kind words. I am no star. I am just a bureaucrat doing my job. But definitely we have Dr. Shashank Joshi, who has been guiding us right from the start of onset of COVID in various capacities in state task force advisory committees. And we look forward to his talks, both for medical inputs as well as even administrative inputs. So we are lucky to have Dr. Shashank Joshi with us today. Professor Dr. Rajadhyaksha, President, and Dr. Amit Saraf, Secretary of MAP, all eminent medical teachers, physicians, and all doctors who have joined today for the CME on third wave. I'm very happy to be associated with this talk. I'll be limiting my role more to the bureaucratic and administrative issues, which I have personally experienced and which I foresee coming in for us for the so-called third wave. So without much ado, I'll immediately start. So first and foremost challenge, as I call it for the administration, is that when we hear of the third wave and impending fourth wave, we become immediately apprehensive in the administration because second wave is yet to settle down. To me, a simple way of defining whether a wave has settled down or not is to go back to the positivity when the second wave started. So just to put the things in perspective, we had a day-on-day positivity of 32% when I took over as Commissioner of Thane last year, somewhere in last of June in 2020. And then gradually, we all know what happened. So at the end of first wave or at the mitigation of first wave, we were recording a day-on-day positivity of less than 1.5%. This I'm talking of up to 15th of February of this year. Then came 16th of February, the day which I'll never forget, because within a day, the day-on-day positive jumped up 3 times. So that was a clear indication of what is going to happen in the coming days. A single day positivity change ringed enough bells to basically warn us about the impending second wave or the onset of second wave. So now, today, as we are speaking here, as we are discussing things here on 23rd of May, still the day-on-day positivity is hovering around 6 to 7%. So to me, until unless we touch the baseline of less than 2%, what we had prior to 15th of February, the second wave is still continuing. And I distinctly remember Dr. Shashank Joshi in one of the video conferences with Honorable CM indicating that there may be a possibility of districts like Amravati and Akola, which are showing again an upward trend without coming back to the baseline positivity of the first wave. So what we all have started calling the M curve. So rather than an inverted bell curve, we are talking now of M curve. That is also very, very anxious for all of us in administration because until unless we touch the baseline of first wave, we cannot say the second wave has mitigated. So now, while we are still in second wave and waiting for or praying for M not to happen, praying for third wave not to happen, we have to be prepared for the worst. As they say, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. So this is one thing which I wanted to state in the beginning of my discussion today. Now, administrative challenges have been numerous. First and foremost challenge has been of administrative visibility. What happens when there is any public health disaster like COVID, a public health emergency like COVID or a pandemic? The first thing is that administration has to be visible because first line of action against any of these public emergencies is administration. The patient reaches hospital little later. By the time he reaches hospital, the patient is totally dependent on the administrative setup for helping him to access medical health. This becomes important because over a period of last 1 year or so, the world over we have been discussing a concept, something which is called health equity. So what is health equity? It is basically that there should be no disparities in the health outcomes between different groups of people. Or in the simpler words, everybody should have the same opportunity to access and regain their health. So health equity is the basic principle on which Thane Municipal Corporation has been planning its onslaught against COVID since last 1 year when I joined. we have been trying to provide everyone equal health facilities, irrespective of the status or irrespective of the any other factor. So basically, everybody has similar access, same access to all our facilities, and we are trying to achieve this health equity day in and day out in our fight against COVID. This is something which we take a lot of pain to achieve. Also, another very important responsibility which the administration has to perform now is basically fostering hope and optimism. Hope improves health. Counseling, optimism, positivity. The first line for all this is the administration now. Because once the patient reaches the hospital, it's basically for the clinical management. And counseling also keeps happening side by side, post-clinical counseling also. Even while the pandemic is on, to allay the fears, to keep the public informed, to keep everyone in the dialogue, to have a positive atmosphere in this time, it is very important that we foster hope and optimism. So sustained dialogue, allaying fears, allaying hearsays or rumors is very, very important part. Even after COVID, post-COVID counseling becomes very, very important. Dr. Shashank Joshi has been mentioning post-COVID counseling part, post-COVID treatment part since last year, since first wave. I distinctly remember when in one of the VCs, he categorically mentioned that it is time we should take care of post-COVID patients also. I had a look at the data that day, then we realized on that day, we had around 4,000 active COVID patients in Thane city, whereas we had 51,000 recovered patients, that is post-COVID. So the ratio of COVID to post-COVID patients was more than 14 times. So we had 14 times more post-COVID patients. So taking a cue, and immediately we started the first post-COVID center, maybe in the country in Thane city, which has all physiotherapy, counseling, psychologist, dietitian, nutritionist, physician, all under one roof. It is still functioning, and I think it has become a very thriving center, not only for Thane, but for entire MMR. We have been receiving patients from all over for their post-COVID issues. Now, every wave throws up new challenges for administration in terms of how we are geared up to manage the third wave, not clinically, but administratively, obviously. So this wave also has shown us that we were not very well equipped to tackle the pediatric age group. We were not very well equipped because we realized that most of the hospitals which are catering to COVID, they could not have performed normal obstetric duties on any pregnant women walking in for COVID positive or COVID negative. So we needed to have enough arrangement for both COVID positive and COVID negative obstetric cases. And mucormycosis is the new challenge now. So these are the new things which have come up. So in preparing for the third wave, or even during the ongoing second wave, we have started a mucormycosis operation theater. We have been trying to source the drugs by various sources, by seeking help from all quarters. We have also decided to set up a pediatric unit in the parking plaza jumbo facility, which will be 100-bedded facility with 25-bedded ICU ventilator and 25-bedded ICU and 50 oxygen beds. So that is all what we have planned for. Then oxygen became a very major issue in the second wave because the numbers have been mind-boggling. Just to put the things in perspective, at the peak of first wave, Thane city had seen the maximum cases in a day at 540. Whereas at the peak of this wave, we have seen the maximum number touching 2140, which is 4 times. The peak of second wave has been 4 times the peak of first wave. So that means all our arrangement has been short of that percentage. We have been trying to augment everything in terms of beds, ambulances, categories of beds, hospitals, medicines, infrastructure, everything. But then the sheer numbers make it very challenging for us to match the wave numbers. So, and we don't know what is going to happen in the third wave. I was very, very assured by Dr. Joshi's talk today when he suggested that third wave will be little lesser in magnitude. So it is a very welcome assurance from coming from him, and we really wish and hope and pray that his statement turns out to be very true. So these are the issues, and counseling also, because Thane has also started a call center. Call center is something which is very, very basic and very, very mundane kind of thing. But for the patient, it becomes a question of optimism. The call center has been calling all patients which have been in home isolation, asking about their well-being. we had a death audit done in TMC. We realized that out of total deaths, 8% deaths have happened on the day zero of hospital admission. So that means the patient came to the hospital, so he died within 2 to 3 hours, 0 day of hospital admission. So these are the patients who we believe that they spent a lot of time at home, they were in home isolation, and once they started deteriorating, then they reported to the hospitals, which obviously became a little late. And State Task Force has always been telling, Honorable CM has always been appealing to the people that they should not wait at home. It's good to wait for 2-3 days, but if the symptoms do not subside, if the new symptoms develop, then immediately they should seek medical assistance. So we have also seen this fact from our data, wherein almost 36% of the deaths have happened in initial 4 days of hospitalization, and out of this 36, 8% on day one. So that shows that timely access to medical facilities, patient coming to hospital in time becomes very, very critical and crucial for life saving. So these are the new issues which we have been tackling, because second wave came in such a magnitude that many people were at home. They were in home isolation. Also, another challenge is that the prediction of severity never matches with the field situation. For example, we all know there is a general consensus that out of any day, new patients coming positive, 15% should be moderate to mild to moderately symptomatic, or maybe requiring more intervention. But in the case of this second wave, we have realized that almost 30% of the patients come with moderate symptoms. So the numbers are double. Then we have been always discussing that out of 15% symptomatic patients, only 50% need actually the hospital bed. But in this case, we have realized that almost all of these patients have ended up in the hospitals, and most of them have ended up on the hospital oxygen beds and even in the ICUs. Situation right now is that even though we have a lot of beds vacant in all categories, still we have almost good occupancy in ventilators and ICU beds. So these issues make estimations very difficult, specifically for the drug requirement, specifically for the oxygen. I distinctly remember when we were calculating the demand and supply issue of oxygen in this way because of the rising numbers, the general consensus at state level was that 10% of the patients require oxygen, whereas in Thane city, 19% of the patients in any hospital were on oxygen. So the numbers and estimates sometimes mismatch, and that creates a lot of problem, a lot of disparity between what we demand and what is the supply. So that also remains an evolving challenge for us. Also, another thing which we realized during the second wave, and we need to be prepared for this during the third wave, is the treatment protocols. Treatment protocols are ever evolving thanks to our very active state task force. I think Maharashtra state has one of the most progressive and most advanced treatment protocols, wherein we have been guided by the state task force. The state task force has been releasing the treatment protocols, which we have been disseminating. But adaptation of this treatment protocol at grassroots level is something which cannot happen without the active support of medical fraternity, the treating physicians. Because, for example, now the plasma therapy has been dropped from even ICMR protocol, and state task force has been quite actively suggesting that plasma therapy is something which is not very relevant in the changing treatment protocol. But every single day in Thane city, we all know physicians have been suggesting plasma therapy. So until unless this is also adapted at grassroots level, it creates a challenge, because then there is no plasma bank now. We are not maintaining plasma banks because the treatment has been dropped. Now we have been seeing what has happened to remdesivir. Though we all know state task force has been very, very clear who needs remdesivir at what stage, but then we have seen what kind of shortages, what kind of scarcity remdesivir has seen in this second wave. So adaptation at grassroots level by treating physicians is a challenge. We keep meeting them, we keep discussing the treatment protocols with them, we keep disseminating whatever is released to us by the state task force, but then finally it is the adaptation at grassroots level which is a must. The same goes for the general public. We also try to create awareness in general public that they should not try to suggest their own treatment. They should not try to impress upon. I distinctly remember a case which was referred to me by somebody at a responsible position in the state and of substantial stature. There was a patient who was admitted to one of the jumbo facilities. The patient was doing well, but then one late night I received a call suggesting that what is happening, see sir, the patient is there for 5 days. Neither he has been given remdesivir, not tocilizumab, nor nothing. Even HRCT has not been done. So I was very surprised because the person speaking to me was not a doctor. He did not know the patient's condition. But then he was suggesting that even after 5 days, you are not doing any of them. So he in the end told me that it's better we should move the patient to a private facility. So this is the kind of expectations, this is the kind of adaptation at grassroots level challenge which I was discussing. And I think all of us have to do something to allay this issue. Saving, as we say in case of money, money saved is money earned. So that same thing happens for precious resources like oxygen, remdesivir, amphotericin. Any resources saved or any resources earned. We have scarcity of resources, we have eligible patients needing them. So it is the bounden duty of each of us, all of us, that we should try to save unnecessary expenditure of such precious resources on non-eligible patients and keep them for the eligible patients so that maximum lives can be saved. So this remains a very, very challenging situation for the administration because we cannot keep suggesting the treatment protocol. We are not doctors, we are not treating. So we are totally dependent on what we are getting from state and disseminating it to the city. And then adaptation becomes a very, very major issue. So in terms of data and operations transparency, which Dr. Joshi has many times mentioned over last 1 year. So Thane Municipal Corporation takes a lot of pride in its transparency in data, declaration of figures, maybe the positivity, death figures, the doubling figures, the hospital figures. So we are very, very open and transparent and very clean on our data. This has been recognized by the high-level team which visited Thane Municipal Corporation area 4 times in last year. The team has been extremely satisfied with the kind of data management we have and the transparency in this. Similarly, for the operations, we have been very, very transparent in our operations in COVID, whether it is the involvement of private hospitals, whether it has been the running of our own jumbo facilities, whether it has been the procurement process. So we have been quite transparent, and we have been abiding by all the rules and regulations. Post-COVID center, we have already started. Many innovations were done over last 1 year to increase testing. Testing was something which we have been focusing on. So one of the innovations, just to mention, was that during Ganpati Visarjan, when the state allowed Ganpati Visarjan, we had testing centers at ghats. So on one side, people were immersing Ganpati, and on the other side, after immersing or before immersing, they were being tested. So we had all mobile testing centers. This initiative was well received by the state government, and it was implemented by many other cities also. RT-PCR still remains the mainstay of our testing, and around 60% of the tests we still do are RT-PCR. We have created a very capable RT-PCR lab in Thane. When I had joined, we could only process around 200 samples of RT-PCR in a day, which has now been jacked up to 1200. We have got a brand new lab working in the Lodha Town Center. Political will and decision making is something which Thane city has been very fortunate with a very progressive chief minister and a very progressive guardian minister. So ably guided by the state task force and the likes of Dr. Joshi, the government is very, very fast and very, very proactive in adapting to the new strategies, to the new challenges. And so there is no lack of political will and decision making. So that makes the administrative job a lot easier. And we have been trying to implement whatever has come in from the state government at the earliest. Now coming to the vaccination part, it is a general consensus now. A speedy and widely covering vaccination is the only key to tackle the second wave or the impending third wave or whatever waves now come. I was speaking to one of my friends who is right now in New York last night. He was saying that people have been vaccinated, and even the CDC has advised that there is no need of mask. So obviously they are very courageous. We cannot be so courageous in India in these times, but vaccination seems to be a game changer. And so whatever the issues are there with the stocks, we are trying to optimally utilize, and overall wastage of vaccination is minus 2.54 in TMC area, which is the best in the state. And we have taken trainings of the staff, because basically it's the drawal from the vial which makes a lot of difference. So the basic issues of this kind have ensured that we have been able to vaccinate maximum people within the available stock. So these issues, what we have started during the second wave, are going to be continued by TMC in the third wave also. We have been trying to increase our infrastructure in terms of beds, ambulances and everything. In the meantime, oxygen swavalamban became the major issue. So I'm happy to share here in presence of Dr. Shashank Joshi that we are in the process of commissioning 16 metric ton of PSA capacity in Thane city. In fact, out of the 16, 3.2 ton is already commissioned, and remaining 13 ton will be commissioned within a month. So that will take care of 40% of our requirement for jumbo facilities. But also there is a catch line to that, that it does not wean us away from the LMO requirement which we need. It can only at best act as a supplement and can take care of little emergencies if we witness something in the tanker movement or any logistics. But then obviously we need both LMO plus this kind of PSA supplement to take care of the numbers if they increase. So these are the issues, and I think mucormycosis remains a challenge. Mucormycosis is something which is coming up now. We have been talking of candidiasis, opportunistic infections, comorbidities. These are the issues which need discussion constantly so that the medical fraternity is updated, administration is updated. We know what we are supposed to do. Until unless there is a discussion, administration will not know how to proceed ahead. So these kind of CMEs and the discussions of task force, they are very, very important for administration. And we keep ourselves abreast of every single issue which is being discussed. And we are trying to be proactive and in adopting all these best practices and the newer trends. So in this background, I feel that though nobody can be really prepared for the wave, but at least we can try to be prepared for what is impending for us in terms of numbers, in terms of newer challenges, in terms of the newer age groups, or in terms of the different health profiles which are going to be affected more, and in terms of administrative operations and administrative efficiency. So these are the issues which I wanted to highlight today in terms of the administrative challenges and preparations for current wave and an impending third wave, and how do we wish to go ahead. I really thank the MAP and the entire team for having arranged this CME and having invited me over. It's always good to be back on such forum. I'm really happy, and I think this CME will go a long way in clarifying so many issues which are always in the minds of all of us, maybe as administrators or as treating physicians. So there are so many issues. What do we do? What do we not do? I distinctly remember in one of the last task force meetings when we discussed the use of methylene blue, and Dr. Joshi was the first one to tell that methylene blue is still experimental and not met with much success. So then Thane was one of the cities which experimented with methylene blue, and we realized that the doctors reported that methylene blue is not actually something which is very promising. So we should always seek benefit of the accumulated wisdom and accumulated experience of senior physicians like Dr. Joshi and State Task Force, and implement in letter and spirit. So that solves many issues. That prevents us, that saves us from reinventing the wheel. So I think that is a huge contribution and saves a lot of time and lives, which would have been otherwise lost in devising the strategies, in devising the treatment, in planning how to go ahead, what to do, what not to do. So this is the status right now. I thank you all, and I stop here, and I am open to any discussion right now. Thank you, Dr. Saraf, for your kind words. In fact, you have been too kind. I am just a bureaucrat doing my job.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. I think you have been succinct to the point, and absolutely thank you for even adhering to the time of the talk. So before the questions, I would want to congratulate you upon yeoman's work you are doing as a stupendous job. I think the city is giving a lot of credit to its decreased positivity and improvement to your efforts. Thank you so much, sir. So before the questions start, let me ask a different question to you. You have just spoken to a forum of MD DNB consultants and a lot of family physicians here. So rather than we asking from the administration something more, which I'm sure the questions will follow, I want to ask you, sir, what do you expect from us as a medical family for the present pandemic, second wave, and the long COVID, and for the upcoming third wave? Does the administration and the bureaucracy expect something over and above what we are already delivering? Something in your mind which you want to tell us, that as a medical faculty, as a doctor himself, that this is what you should be doing much more, this is what is expected? So that's my first question to you, and then I invite all the robust faculty here and delegates here to ask the questions as well.
Thank you, Dr. Saraf, for this very pertinent question. In fact, the entire state is looking at the family physicians and treating physicians in terms of the Mazhe Doctor campaign, which Honorable CM just kick-started. So it becomes very important because, believe you me, as a family doctor, if you tell something to the family, that is much more important than what as Commissioner I tell, or what as Director of Internal Medicine of Jupiter you tell, or what the task force members, senior task force members like Dr. Joshi tell. So the patients are very, very closely associated with their family physicians, and this is an association which precedes to pre-COVID times, and there are physicians who have been treating the families for last 15-20 years. So taking advantage of that, I think it is our endeavor to involve the family physicians in counseling, in allaying fears, in differentiating the COVID and non-COVID cases, advising appropriately, guiding the patients to hospitals when they are contacted so that they get help in time, keeping administration in loop, supporting our efforts whenever we need the help. And in this all, I must thank the medical fraternity of Thane city that they have always come up. I have been blessed to have such kind medical fraternity here in terms of the assistance they have been providing in tackling the COVID from last year. And still we have been we have had physicians working without any honorarium, physicians on teleconsultation, physicians working from home for the benefits of our patients, conducting counseling sessions, post-COVID counseling. So I think this is something which we have been very lucky to have. So fraternity has, I think, risen up to the challenges, and this is the time to see what has happened, which I always tell. This is something everybody of us does not get a chance in the life to perform or do social service, because finally we are professionals. Doctors are professionals, so they treat patients, so they charge, and though it is basically a professional relationship, it sometimes transgresses into the personal boundary. COVID has given us all the much needed platform of social and community service. So this is basically much more than we can perform and offer, because social service is something which cannot be measured by any other means. So it is a lifetime opportunity for all of us to pitch in. I still remember when I was in UK, when I came back to India in June, I was in UK. So the cases were rising in UK. I was looking at the situation in UK, and I was looking at the situation back home. Sometimes at the back of my mind, I felt pained, because I felt that I was needed in my country and I am here. So fortunately, I was recalled and posted. So I was very happy to jump into this management. So I think that is the kind of thing we all should look forward, because after the COVID ends, believe you me, this kind of opportunity of life-saving social service. Why I am saying this? Because when I had come in Thane, I distinctly remember there have been 3 cases where people had died on the streets in last week. So that was the situation. Administration was not visible on the streets. So when I started doing rounds of the cities, of the crematoriums, of ICU wards, of the hotspots, of the containment zones, then I think people started realizing that everybody in the administration is on field. So that was not because it was the administrative duty, which it definitely was, but to show people that we are with you. And we cannot change the fate of prognosis. We cannot change prognosis. Doctors can definitely do to some extent, but obviously prognosis is something which we all expect to be positive. But at least we can make sure that for any expected positive prognosis, we have to make sure the patient reaches that stage. So the patient should get a bed, patient should reach hospital in time, patient should get an ambulance, patient should get a ventilator if needed, patient should get whatever medicines have been prescribed by task force, remdesivir or whatever. So that is the bounden duty of the administration, to make available all these things as a part of social commitment to the patients. And I always told my people, when we had around 20-25 deaths happening in June 2020 before I joined, even if after all this effort we are able to save at least one person every day, not all 20, the job is well done. So that is the kind of social commitment which there is an opportunity to serve public at large. We have been saying we are public servants, but finally this is the opportunity where we got the chance to serve the public in real aspects, and we could save some lives. So that is the same for everybody, for the medical fraternity, for administration, for government. I think this is a good opportunity to show how we care for the community and to save maximum lives.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very pertinent point and very well taken and very well put forth as well. If any questions from the elite group here, I would welcome them to please switch on their microphones and ask.
Sir, I am Dr. Devgokar from Nasik. I am practicing in a COVID center. I am running a 40-bedded COVID center. What happens now? So many celebrities come to us and they demand the treatment. How can we tackle such type of people? They even ask for remdesivir. They even ask for so many drugs which they know, which is not even recommended also.
So, in my talk, I have been, Dr. Devgokar, very pertinent question. In fact, I have referred to this issue in my talk today when I told that adaptation at grassroots level is a challenge of what we decide and discuss at the top level in terms of treatment protocols. I also shared one of the personal experiences which I had when I was that the patient is there for 5 days, no remdesivir, no HRCT, no tocilizumab. So what are you doing? In fact, the patient was not even on oxygen bed. So I totally empathize and I totally identify with this kind of issue because believe you me, you are running a 40-bedded facility. I have a 6,000-bedded facilities. So the number of calls are in the multiple of what you get. It is very challenging to convince somebody that let the treating physician take the call. So we always request everybody that, see sir, we are not inside the ICU, you are not inside the ICU. And we always try to make people believe that nobody, not a doctor, not an administrator, not a collector or municipal commissioner, nobody would like any patient to die in his or her jurisdiction. So patient dying is not in anybody's interest and not anybody's will. Everybody wants to save each and every patient. So let us be very open in trusting the treating physician who is at site, who can see the patient, who can auscultate the patient, who can touch the patient, who can speak to the patient, and let the doctor decide what is the best for the patient. So we have been trying to request everybody that let us trust the treating physician, because a trust in physician is something which makes a lot of sense. So my father is a surgeon. I distinctly remember an anecdote which he tells every single time when he is speaking in any gathering. So my father had a roaring practice, so much so that people used to wait. So I was small. I think I was in class 8th or 7th or 8th. There was a patient who came in from a far-flung village. So he came in to see my father, and as was the practice, it was to record temperature of everybody. So he was also given a thermometer. Thermometer was put in his mouth, and he was made to sit. And then everybody was busy. So he, after 4 or 5 minutes of thermometer, somebody came and took the thermometer. Now this person went home and came back after 3 days. Then he met my father and he said, "Oh, whatever you did 3 days back was very nice, and I totally felt cured, and I want to continue the same treatment." Now my father was shocked because there was no treatment, there was no record. He had not met that patient. So he asked him what was done. He said, "You put something in the mouth." I'm talking of 90s, early 90s. So it was an illiterate villager. So the gist is that if we trust the treating doctor, I think the job is, the well begun is half done. If we trust the treating doctor, I think it is 80% of the job done. We have to trust, we have to make people trust, we have to tell people that doctors are working in your best interest. That is the only way out. We understand the apprehension of people. They are worried, they are anxious, they fear for the lives of their young loved ones. But then we have to tell them with a great humility that yes, we also are empathizing with you, but let us trust the treating physician on site.
Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely encouraging words. I think a big round of applause for sir and his support for doctors and what he's just said. Thank you so much. I think I can see Pallavi here trying to come in, and with the interest of time, I think there'll be many questions, of course, but then with the interest of time and with justice to the other upcoming speakers, I would thank Dr. Sharma for giving his valuable time for this forum, agreeing at a moment's notice. Thank you so much, sir. MAP is absolutely privileged and proud to have you on our forum, and thank you so much for spending some time with us this Sunday morning. Thank you so much.
It has been a pleasure and privilege to be associated with MAP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vipin Sharma and Dr. Amit Saraf. Now we will move to our next session, which will be which will be on the why and how mucormycosis in the COVID patients. So I would like to call upon Dr. P.K. Joshi to chair this session. Dr. P.K. Joshi, he is a director of Niramay Hospital based at Chinswad, and also he was a past president of MAP. So I invite Dr. P.K. Joshi to chair this session and introduce the speaker.
Now we are coming from the third wave to the mucormycosis. The first talk on the mucormycosis in COVID patients. Why, how, and why. This will be delivered by eminent speaker Dr. Girish Rajadhyaksha. He is a present MAP president and also professor and head of Department of Medical Oncology at TN Medical College and Nair Hospital. Girish, I know him very well because when I was MAP president, he was my secretary. So we are very good friends, and he is a very excellent teacher. He is also a very good speaker. I remember his talks giving on the public forum in Lokmat and everywhere for the general public. And I think he will highlight us now on mucormycosis in COVID patients. Girish, please take this task.
Thank you, Dr. P.K. Joshi, sir, for your very nice introduction.
Girish has, and we have been working from the MAP from the beginning till his screen comes on. And probably he and when I was president, we started the MAP as a body, Maharashtra Association of Physicians as a body got registered. And since then the ball is rolling on. And he has been a great help for building up this whole institution of Maharashtra Association of Physicians. So we are going to hear about mucormycosis, and we hear and see in the papers like black fungus and all those things. And today's session definitely will highlight, or at least how important it is and what are the incidents in the COVID. Is it really alarming? How can it be contained? So many factors we will learn today, one by one. Mucormycosis, you know, once it enters or it is seen, it is a very deadly disease, and it's actually an emergency to tackle fast. Mucormycosis is a medical emergency. You have to tackle on a war footing and contain it as fast as possible. And if you know, and maybe the media is making more hype of it than the incidents what we see.
Your share.
Yes, Girish, your screen is visible. Yeah, screen is visible.
Which will be on the why and how mucormycosis in the COVID patients. So I would like to call upon Dr. P.K. Joshi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, this is not the screen. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. So we are having lots of things.
How mucormycosis in the COVID patients. So I would like to call upon Dr. P.K. Joshi.
Yeah. So we had one more CME by our Critical Care Society, ISCCM, on mucormycosis, and everybody had discussed the incidence has been, the proportion it has been blown so high in papers. The incidence is not very high, but definitely it is there. And when it occurs, it has to be tackled on a war footing. Absolutely at a war footing. And we are going to have 3 talks on it: the medical treatments and the surgical treatment, and how it is happening.
So now you open your presentation. We can see your screen, but we are not able to see the presentation. Just first open your presentation, then start sharing screen, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's well. Yes, Girish, seen very well. Yeah.
Just cross this one, sir. This who can share and this. Yeah. Yes, sir. We can see your presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Girish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. So now,
cross this one, sir. This who can share this? Yeah.
as
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
as we are all aware, everybody is discussing.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, Girish. Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay.
I think, sir, the cost is also playing your end.
In this second wave. In the first wave, we didn't see so much of mucormycosis. There were very few patients. Normally also mucormycosis is there in the community. We keep seeing the patients, but they are very small in numbers. Now with the second wave, we started seeing a lot of mucor cases. And most of these mucor cases are post-COVID patients. I mean, they have recovered from the COVID. Of course, there are few patients who are active COVID, and in addition, they have got mucor. But most of them are post-COVID patients who recovered from the COVID. Now, the questions which are to be answered or to be discussed in today's presentation is, what is mucormycosis, or this so-called black fungus? How common and how dangerous it is? What are the predisposing factors? How it causes all that disease, which is a dangerous disease, that is pathogenetic mechanisms, how it presents clinically, and what are the early warning signs so that we can make early diagnosis in this patient. And I will just touch upon the brief principles of management, because a detailed lecture will follow on the medical management of these patients as well as surgical management of these patients. So start with this. What is this mucormycosis? It was called zygomycosis. Of course, always it was a serious condition with mortality of 50% and above in the best centers in the world. It is caused by a group of fluids called mucormycosis. As far as the epidemiology is concerned, it is less common than other opportunistic fungal infections. We see much more of Candida and to that extent Aspergillus, but not so much of mucormycosis in usual conditions, not in the post-COVID conditions. The annual incidence is 1.7 cases per million of population. And there are some studies from the United States where the autopsy series prevalence has ranged from 1 to 5 cases per 10,000 autopsies. So that means it is about 10 to 50 times less common than invasive candidiasis or aspergillus infections. But if you see the post-COVID-19 mucormycosis, it is alarming. There's a beautiful article by Dr. Rajiv Soman and Ayesha Sunawala. Dr. Rajiv Soman, we all know and respect as very eminent infectious disease expert. And he has an article from frying pan into the fire. And I think everybody should read it. It is in the JAPI January. Mucormycosis developing in the post-COVID-19 settings breaks the back of a patient family that is barely recovering from a treacherous viral infection. So they are under the impression that now they are relieved and everything will be fine, and suddenly this strikes. So this scenario is nothing short of what he quotes, recovery from the frying pan and into the fire. Now coming to the predisposing factors, we should know about the predisposing factors. So we know these patients were to take better care, and we should be more alert about these patients. The first group is uncontrolled diabetes. So hyperglycemia is really a fertile ground for mucormycosis. And in addition, if they are having diabetic ketoacidosis, you see what happens when there is acidosis. So when there is diabetic ketoacidosis, there is hyperglycemia plus metabolic acidosis, and that is even more fertile ground for mucormycosis. Then there are comorbidities like patients of post-transplant will always getting mucormycosis. So if a nephrologist is managing post-transplant patients, kidney transplant patients, he or she is always alert that this patient may develop mucormycosis. Similarly, malignancies and patients on chemotherapies and all, steroids are very important. So in this particular pandemic, we are seeing large number of patients getting very high doses of steroids. As Dr. Shashank said very clearly, the dose required is 40 milligram twice a day of methylprednisolone or 6 milligram of dexamethasone, and that too for about 5 to 7 days, and maybe tapering off in next 5 to 7 days at the most. But large number of patients which we are seeing now of mucormycosis, they have received the high doses of 500 milligram twice a day or sometimes thrice a day for long period of time, and also which was associated with excessive use of monoclonal antibodies like tocilizumab, itolizumab, etc. The other conditions which are not directly related to COVID is neutropenia and other immunocompromised states. Malnutrition is important, but prolonged ICU stay. We are seeing the patients who are admitted for COVID for 1 month or more than 1 month. So prolonged ICU stay, prolonged antibiotic use, most of them were given higher antibiotics. Then there are questions which are asked about humidified oxygen. So distilled water is not used, or properly sterile water is not used in the humidifiers, and long-term oxygen therapy was given. Such patients are also having more predisposition towards mucormycosis. I've read somewhere that excess of zinc, so all the patients were given very high doses of B complex with zinc. So zinc was emphasized during the first wave, and lot of patients got lot of zinc. There are some articles which suggest that zinc is helpful for the growth of mucormycosis, and also the zinc chelating agents can improve the condition. I am not very sure about it, but there are some articles like that. And of course, voriconazole therapy, because voriconazole therapy is given when the suspicion is aspergillosis, but this has less effect on mucor, and therefore it grows. So predisposing factor could be voriconazole therapy, especially prolonged voriconazole therapy. These two pictures remind us of two capitals of the world, of some two nations of the world. But India bears the dubious distinction of being capital of diabetes as well as mucormycosis, which should not be. And I'm sure with the efforts which Mr. Sharma has said, and all other governments are taking, municipal corporations are taking, it will go soon. So while our country battles with COVID-19, the issue of post-COVID-19 sepsis has emerged, and there is unholy association between diabetes and the severity of COVID infection, and also with incidence or increasing incidence of mucor. So what is that? So hyperglycemia, remember, leads to increased expression of endothelial receptor GRP78, resulting in polymorphonuclear dysfunction, impaired chemotaxis, and defective intracellular killing. Polymorphs are always our first line of defense against any microbes, and similarly for mucor as well. Now, when there is ketoacidosis, as I told you, an important virulence trait of mucorales is the ability to acquire iron. So they thrive on iron also. Like I told you, zinc, similarly, they require more than zinc, it is iron. So iron from the host, which is an essential element for its growth. Now what happens in diabetic ketoacidosis is free iron becomes readily available in the serum, and this iron facilitates the rapid growth of mucor. Similarly, steroids themselves cause impairment in the neutrophil migration. So neutrophil function is depressed by steroids, coupled with potential implications of steroid-induced hyperglycemia. So the patients who have received high doses of steroids, we have seen even in diabetics and non-diabetics also, the level of blood sugars are going very, very high. And thus, so diabetic COVID-19 patient receiving steroids is exceptionally vulnerable, and we have to be very, very careful in such patients. So all patients of COVID, the first thing which we do is blood sugar random and monitor their sugar movement. We come to the pathogenesis of this mucormycosis in these patients. The clinical hallmark of mucor is very important. It's a vascular invasive, it's an angio-invasive fungus. Remember, though it is called black fungus, it is not black in color. It is like any other fungus. But what it causes is called thrombosis and tissue infarction and necrosis. And that will lead to blackening of the organs and the tissues. And therefore, this fungus is called black fungus. Almost always occurs in patients with defects in host defenses, which we have mentioned already, and when there is increased available serum iron. Now, this particular infection is relentlessly progressive in most cases unless prompt medical and surgical treatment is initiated. Especially, I would say the bold surgical treatment, bold debridement is the basic thing. Unless that, your best drugs also, whether you give liposomal amphotericin B or posaconazole or whatever it is, it will not work. So this is the diagram which shows, suppose this is the tissue and this is the blood vessel. Now this particular fungus enters the bloodstream, and when it enters, it has hematogenous dissemination, and it will cause thrombosis, and it will cause blockage of the small arterioles, and that will cause necrosis and infarction of the tissues which it is supplying. Now, what are the host defenses? Remember, both mononuclear and polymorphonuclear phagocytes will kill these mucors. But whenever there is problem with the mononuclear or polymorphs, like as I told you in hyperglycemia or in case of steroid overdose or neutropenic patients, they have increased risk. Now, hyperglycemia and acidosis, which occurs in case of diabetic ketoacidosis, impairs the ability of the phagocytes to move towards and kill the organisms by oxidative as well as non-oxidative mechanisms, and therefore they make the host vulnerable to development of severe mucormycosis. What is the role of iron in the pathogenesis? I have told you. The patients treated with iron chelator desferoxamine have a markedly increased incidence of invasive mucormycosis. That is because this particular iron chelator brings out the iron from the tissues and it is to be excreted. But in that process, the serum iron level increases, and that is very good for mucormycosis growth. So what COVID-19 and mucormycosis have to, in this context, we have to remember that there is impairment of barrier defense. There is dysfunction of phagocytes and lymphocytes, which also occurs, and use of immunosuppressive medications like steroids, monoclonal antibodies like tocilizumab. So these together, they make the COVID-19 patients more vulnerable for mucormycosis. If you see the clinical aspects of mucormycosis, the clinical categories are rhinocerebral, or we can say rhino-ophthalmocerebral or rhino-oculocerebral. Then pulmonary mucormycosis you can get. Cutaneous is not very significant. Gastrointestinal is not very commonly seen here. Disseminated and miscellaneous. Now, the predisposing conditions and what will be the predominant site of infection is an interesting table which all of you should see. When there is diabetic ketoacidosis or diabetic patients are uncontrolled, it is more likely to be rhinocerebral. Neutropenia, we don't see much in post-COVID patients, but in that case, it's more of pulmonary and disseminated infection. With corticosteroid overuse, it can be rhinocerebral, it can be pulmonary, or it can be disseminated also. When desferal therapy is given, it usually causes disseminated mucormycosis. With severe malnutrition, you get gastrointestinal. Now coming to the very important question, when to suspect. This is very important for early diagnosis. I will show you later some photos also. But remember, sinusitis. Now sinusitis is very common, but usually a person doesn't get commonly sinusitis or cold. And now if that person is getting, especially on one side, there is a discharge from the one side of the nostril. Sometimes it's a epistaxis also, discharge also, which is blackish or bloody also, with local pain on the cheekbone. Remember, these are the patients one has to be careful whether it is not mucormycosis. Then there is one-sided facial pain and numbness or swelling on the one side of the face. Remember, this is very, very invasive fungus, it can go through the orbit, and then it can involve the cavernous sinus also, optic nerve also, and it will have a lot of problems because of cavernous sinus thrombosis like situation also. So you can get blackish discoloration over bridge of nose or on the palate. Then toothache, see, it affects the maxillary sinus very often. So toothache and loosening of the teeth, especially attached to the maxilla, and that will cause jaw involvement also. When the nerves to the eyeball are affected, you can get double vision or you can get blurred vision. Then you can get fever, of course, because of any infection you will get fever. Skin lesions are seen, thrombosis and necrosis, which is called Ishar. It's a necrotic tissue which is blackish in color. If it is pulmonary mucormycosis, you can get chest pain, you can get pleural effusion, you can get hemoptysis, and whatever respiratory complaints patient is getting, cough or breathlessness, that will be worsening. So these are the patients, if you pick up, that will help you in early diagnosis of mucormycosis. So this is the picture of our sinuses, and these are the sinuses, these are the normal sinuses, and then here you will see that they are getting infected. Okay, so various sinuses are involved, and if you see the maxilla, you will see the swelling on the bridge of the nose, and on the erythematous swelling you can see on the maxilla. See, this is the Ishar, so it's a necrotic tissue. This is more severe form of mucormycosis. This is involving the eye. More severe form of eye, and this patient is now not able to see. So it affects the sinuses, the brain, the lungs, and it can be life-threatening in diabetic or severely immunocompromised patients. So the symptoms, if you see, depend on which part of the body it is growing. If it is in the rhinocerebral, you can say one-sided facial swelling, headache is very important, nasal or sinus congestion, black lesions on the bridge of the nose, and fever. So remember, these are the important fevers: headache, coughing, fever, pain and redness around the eyes. When you try to move the eye, below the eye, inside the eye, behind the eye, they will complain of severe pain there. Breathlessness will be there. You can have hemoptysis or hematemesis, or you can have epistaxis, and then you can have altered mental status, because when it breaks into the brain of the patient, then you will have even the motor weakness and altered consciousness, causing a very, very serious and fatal complication. So this is the way it goes in the severe form. You see, right from the maxilla up to the eye and the nose. So everything is gone and everything is a black ishar, what we call. Palatal lesions, if you see, they can be such a small things. Here it is very, very inconspicuous. Then it is becoming black. So all sorts of palatal. So you must inspect the hard palate of every patient when you are suspecting mucormycosis. So this is how it creates over a period of time. This is a treated case actually. This is treated and patient responded. You can have pulmonary mucormycosis with fever, cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, and if you do the CT scan of the chest, you will get this mucormycosis picture. It's called reverse flow. Now, 4 factors are critical for eradicating the mucormycosis. You have to eradicate, and the 4 critical factors are rapidly you have to diagnose. So diagnosis is very important, but should not take much time. Now remember, diagnosis is not easy. There are no quick lab tests which can give you the diagnosis. So clinical suspicion is very, very important. Reversal of the underlying predisposing factors if possible. So I have mentioned all the predisposing factors, mainly control of blood sugars and steroids judiciously should be used. Appropriate surgical debridement of infected tissue. We are having lecture of 2 eminent otorhinolaryngologists from our hospital, and they will explain us what kind of surgery and in what kind of situations they do. So surgical, so appropriate and bold surgical debridement, I would say. And then of course appropriate antifungal therapy my next speaker, Dr. Davda, will be speaking on that in detail. So early diagnosis is important because small focal lesions can be surgically excised before they progress to involve critical structures. So that is the key. When they involve brain, when they involve eyeball, it is quite late. Okay, you may lose your eyeball, the patient may lose his eyeball, and it involves the brain, the mortality is going to be very, very high. Unfortunately, there are no serologic or PCR-based tests to allow rapid diagnosis. Like COVID, we can do PCR-based rapid diagnosis. Is not possible in case of mucor. Up to half the cases are diagnosed post-mortem. That is a sad part of it. There is a critical need to maintain high index of clinical suspicion. That's why all the warning signs in the pictures which I showed are very, very important, and you pick up the patient early and go for diagnostic biopsy. Given the rapidly progressive nature of rhinocerebral mucormycosis and the marked increase in the mortality, remember, any diabetic patient with headache and visual changes or pain in the eye or pain in the maxillary region, remember this could be mucor, and you have to do prompt imaging studies. Best diagnostic investigation is contrast MRI. But if it is not possible, then at least nasal endoscopy and take the scrapings and look for mucor. Radiographic findings lag behind clinical progression, and therefore more aggressive procedures like endoscopy or biopsy is very important. If clinical suspicion is high, diagnostic workup should be done on emergent basis, even if the patient looks apparently all right. Patient may look apparently all right, but you have to be very, very quick. Delayed diagnosis can cost the life of the patient, and therefore many centers are suggesting to go for frozen sections. Remember, prevention is better than cure. We all know that. Keep blood sugar under check, whether it is COVID or no COVID. Use steroids judiciously while treating the COVID patient. Don't give unnecessary high dose and unnecessary more number of days. Use clean water in humidifier. In fact, if it is not required, don't use humidifier also. That is a recommendation. Maintain overall cleanliness around the patient. Hand washing is very, very important. Any oral ulcer, don't think it is just after ulcer it will go. It could be beginning of mucor. So be very, very careful. So all these areas which are shown here are very, very crucial. These are the guidelines which are given by our state task force and Ministry of Health Affairs. And I think it is available on the net, and you all can go through it. You know, it's the one page which gives you all do's and don'ts and how to manage and how to diagnose and how to suspect mucormycosis in COVID patients. So clinical hallmark, remember, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Clinical hallmark of mucormycosis is vascular invasion resulting thrombosis and tissue infarction and necrosis. Mucormycosis virtually always occurs in patients with defects in hormone defenses or with increased available serum iron. In most cases, it is relentlessly progressive infection and resulting in death unless prompt treatment, that is surgical debridement and proper antifungal therapy is initiated. These are the do's and don'ts. Do's: control hyperglycemia, monitor blood glucose post COVID-19 discharge and also in diabetics. Use steroid judiciously. Use clean sterile water for humidifiers during oxygen therapy. Antibiotic and antifungals also should be used judiciously. What are the don'ts? Don't miss warning signs and symptoms of mucormycosis. Do not consider all cases with blocked nose as cases of bacterial cyanosis. Some of them could be because of mucor also. Do not hesitate to seek aggressive investigations, which I already mentioned. KOH staining by surgical debridement. Do not lose crucial time to initiate treatment for mucormycosis. I think if you are getting clinical suspicion, you should start. But remember, if the big HR is there, unless you have bleeding edges, so unless you debride thoroughly and there are bleeding edges, the thing will not enter. And last but not the least, it is always a team approach. You cannot say only physicians can manage or only ENT surgeon can manage or only neurosurgeons can manage. Remember, the team approach works the best. Involve microbiologists, involve, of course, internal medicine specialists, the most important pivot, intensivist if required, neurologists if required, ENT and ophthalmologists are very, very important. Dentists, because many times the problem with the teeth also, and surgeons with maxillofacial surgery and plastic surgery, because many times it's the face is disfigured, and therefore plastic surgeon help is also required. So basically, it's a team approach which works the best. With this, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Girish, for a very nice presentation. There are few quick questions for you. Does mucormycosis spread through air? Dr. R.R. Patil from Dhule. Hello, Girish, are you able to listen to me? Hello. Hello, Girish.
Yeah.
There are a few questions.
Sure.
The chat box mentions, does it spread by air? Mucormycosis, does it spread by air? Dr. R.R. Patil from Dhule wants to know.
As we all know, mucor is present in air, and therefore it can spread by air. That is not impossible. In fact, we all may be inhaling mucor spores. But the thing is, till the time your immunity is good, it is not going to cause any harm to you. It's only when your immunity, and remember, our immunity can go down because of stress also. So it is not that occasionally we have seen in patients who are not severely diabetic and not HIV/AIDS and all other things. So not severely immunocompromised. So remember, but very, very extremely rare. But yes, it can go by air, yes.
The second question from Dr. Patil is, how do you diagnose intestinal mucor?
What?
Intestine mucor.
Intestine?
Yeah.
Yes, we have, as I mentioned, one of the things is gastrointestinal mucormycosis. Now, gastrointestinal mucormycosis is extremely uncommon in COVID scenario, but how it can present? It can present with bloody diarrhea, it can present with diarrhea, it can present with abdominal pain. And if you do the CT scan, you will see the dilated bowel loops, inflamed bowel loops. Sometimes it can perforate and it can produce fluid in the abdomen. And if you tap that fluid, you can see the this filamentous fungi also in that. But I have not seen a single patient like that. This is all theoretical.
One more question from Dr. Yadav from Yavatmal. He wants to know, is it correct to give prophylactic antifungal therapy for immunocompromised patients, known immunocompromised patients?
Prophylactic use of antifungals in case of A, it is not recommended. In fact, task force guidelines also, if you see, it is not recommended, and it is not really, even I feel it is not really required. The high degree of suspicion is important. You have to monitor the patient, but prophylactic is not. Some people have said voriconazole, but remember, voriconazole its use itself can predispose to, as I mentioned, mucormycosis.
Dr. Satish Kumar Dipankar from Patna, he wants to know, what is the conservative treatment for mucormycosis of eye?
Eye?
Yeah.
I didn't hear the question.
What is the conservative treatment of mucormycosis of eye, eyeball?
Treatment?
Yes.
So, as I told you, the treatment is bold surgical debridement. Once it goes and causes severe necrosis and infarction over there, the medical treatment will not work only unless you do severe significant debridement. In fact, that will be discussed. The next two lectures are on medical and surgical management, and it will be covered thoroughly in these next two lectures. So please, the person who has asked the question, sure, I will request him to wait for the next two lectures.
Is it heat sensitive and can it be destroyed by steam inhalation? Dr. Manoj Kumar from Pune.
Whether it is heat sensitive or no, but steam inhalation, in my opinion, actually there are significant divide amongst the physicians. Some physicians feel it is absolutely useless, whereas some physicians, like the senior doctor in your Pune hospital, he recommends steam inhalation, and he has said his whole team is using. In fact, my own opinion, my personal, whenever something like this happens, I try it on myself. So I am doing it, and I feel it works. I feel it works, but if I see in my own hospital, there is significant divide amongst the physicians and other doctors who are treating COVID patients. As far as mucor, there is no such recommendation, but there is no harm. No harm in taking steam inhalation, I think. So those who believe in that should take, those who don't believe in that should not take. The similar thing is gargle, betadine gargles or simple saline gargles can be, they are also recommended by many centers.
Thank you, Girish. Now here we come to the end of this talk. Back to the anchor.
I just want to say Dr. Joshi Shan is that.
So thank you, Mr. Girish Radhakrishnan sir and PK Joshi sir for the very good session. Now we need to move to our next session. For that, I would like to call upon Dr. Narayan Devgaonkar to chair this session, which is on the medical management of mucormycosis in COVID patients. So Dr. Narayan Devgaonkar, he is from Nashik. He is the director of Devgaonkar Hospital, which is based at Nashik, and also he was a past president of MAP. So, sir, I just invite you to introduce our speaker. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Dr. Devgaonkar is on mute. Sir, you are on mute. Devgaonkar sir, you are on mute. Sir, now you are audible.
I was muted by host. I have not muted myself.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Sir,
Yes,
you just
sir.
come back after a jogging.
No. I am here. I am listening all the lectures. At the outset, I would like to thank Amit and Rajadeksha sir for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, which is very important. Mucormycosis, since last so many days, we are hearing a lot about it. There was a very good lecture which was given by Dr. Rajadeksha. Almost he has covered so many points which are very important and relevant for the treating physicians. But at the same time, the most important part is the treatment part. And medical, how you manage medically this mucormycosis. The prevention part already has been explained by sir. Now the treatment part, which is to be explained by Kanishk Dauda. He is working as an infectious disease specialist in Jupiter Hospital, Thane. And I think he has got a lot of experience about treating the patients of mucormycosis and COVID. I will request him, because of time constraint, I will request him to deliver a talk immediately.
So I request Kanishka Dauda sir, please share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Absolutely visible.
Okay. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you for considering me for this talk. And in the interest of time, I just go ahead. So, just starting with a case, and through that, we can go through the differentials and the treatment as it comes across. So, this was an old case a few years back during my post graduation in Hinduja. So 57-year-old lady was a diabetic taking homeopathic Ayurvedic treatment and glycemic control was poor. She, presented elsewhere with a sudden onset of headache, right periorbital swelling and redness, eyelid edema and redness, and right ptosis, which proceeded to ophthalmoplegia over a few hours. So HGT done at that time elsewhere was 550. MRI brain was normal. Only brain was done, and that was normal. And 4 days later, she developed a sudden onset hemiplegia. So this was the MRI with a venogram and angiogram. You can see on the right side of the brain and the left side of the screen, you are seeing multiple infarcts in almost like a linear distribution, which is like classical for the low flow strokes that we see due to various reasons. So like a watershed infarcts you can see. So this was actually then also what was noted was there was a right cavernous sinus thrombosis, which probably has led to a internal carotid occlusion, which has caused a low flow stroke on the right side. Right, and this was the angiogram, and as you can see, there's almost complete non-visualization of the right ICA due to the thrombosis. You can see that this was what was seen on the palate of this lady, and this is like an scar that we see, and the total count was high and the creatinine was also high. Right, so differential diagnosis at this point was an acute invasive fungal sinusitis with a septic cavernous sinus thrombosis and an occlusion of right ICA with a stroke. And most likely causative organisms were mucor and aspergillus at this stage. So we went ahead and urgent ENT reference, Ophthal and ID reference was sought, debridement was planned and empiric therapy was begun. You can see the CT-PNS image that there is a lot of mucosal thickening. Maxillary sinus on the right side is completely filled with material, correct? So pan-sinusitis, including sphenoid sinusitis, was seen, and there was no evidence of bony erosions so far. So what is the importance of this? I'll just get into it later. You can see this was the initial biopsy that was done, that is showing a filamentous fungus, which is quite narrow and septate and has acute angle branching. So this is actually suggestive of Aspergillus species, because this is the pattern for Aspergillus that is seen. Now, how do you differentiate aspergillosis and mucormycosis when it presents as a sinusitis? Correct. So the classical risk factor for mucor is uncontrolled diabetes. Total count will be on the higher side. There will be bloody otorrhea. There will be eschar on the heart palate, and there will be early orbital involvement. So this is how we differentiate it from aspergillosis clinically. So our clinical diagnosis was mucor in this case because of the highlighted things which were present in this case. But microbiologically, we got an aspergillus. So what should we do here is the question, right? Should we stop all the mucor treatment and switch to voriconazole, or should we continue the amphotericin? So this is just one more slide, which in cases of lung infection, now in post-COVID we are seeing a lot of lung aspergillosis also, and we are worried about mucormycosis also. So radiologically, is there any way to differentiate aspergillosis from mucormycosis? Just put it here. One is the reverse halo sign, more than 10 nodules, presence of effusions, and the presence of sinusitis. These are all the findings which we see more in mucor and not in aspergillosis. So if any of these findings are present, we have to worry about mucormycosis, and we should not start voriconazole in such a situation if there is a confusion, because vori will worsen mucormycosis, and that is not something to be done. Whereas the treatment for mucor will cover both aspergillosis as well as mucormycosis. So since the clinical
Dr. Kanishka, can you please increase your voice a bit? We have got a feedback that your voice is not audible fully. So if
okay,
you can,
okay. Yeah. I just increased it. Is it fine now? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So since the clinical picture favored mucormycosis rather than aspergillosis, we continued the 3 antifungals and went ahead with the debridement. Endoscopic debridement was done of the right side with samples sent for bacterial fungal cultures and histopathology. And this is what we saw in the intraoperative samples. Now you can see this is, even 5th standard person will say this is a right angle, not an acute angle. So not very complicated. You can see a broad aseptate fungal filament with a right angle branching rather than an acute angle branching, correct? So, and the cultures grew this mucor species, which has been now named the Rhizopus arises, correct? So even mucor has different species. So he further underwent right eye exenteration with she underwent the right eye exenteration, the left-sided also left-sided, right-sided face with debridement. Antifungals were continued. Deferasirox was considered but avoided in view of a raised creatinine. Eventually, she did not have a good outcome because very advanced with cavernous sinus thrombosis, and she got a gram-negative sepsis, and she passed actually. So what are the principles of management? This was just a case wanted to highlight differential, how to differentiate sinusitis, aspergillus versus mucor, and how to approach and diagnose such patients. What are the principles of management of mucor, which is the core of my topic? So aggressive debridement, rapid correction of underlying conditions, appropriate antifungals, and adjuvant treatment. These are the main headings, pillars of management of mucormycosis, and we will take them one by one, right? So aggressive debridement is of utmost importance because there is a very poor penetration of amphotericin, which is the main drug, into the thrombosed areas. And since it's a very vascular, very thrombotic infection with angioinvasion, there's a lot of necrosis and dead tissue wherever it goes. And in these areas, the penetration of antifungals is very poor. And these non-viable hyphae may also adhere to blood vessels and cause a thrombosis and continue the disease process. Also, aggressive debridement reduces the fungal burden and achieves an adequate source control, allowing the medicines to work better. So Dr. Rajiv Soman was my mentor in Hinduja Hospital, and he always used to say this rather radical statement, but over time I also agree with him. So he says that the treatment has not begun until you have done a debridement. Just if you've given liposomal and some minimal things are done, you may get under a false impression that okay, treatment has started, but your debridement needs to be so aggressive and so early that you have to think of it in this way, that treatment has not begun only until the debridement has been done. So be very, very aggressive in this infection. It is very invasive, very angio-invasive, and will continue relentlessly until you debride, right? So now correction of the underlying immune suppression. This is the second part of the pillar. And as Dr. Adar had already mentioned, Mucor tends to localize as per the underlying risk factor. Like diabetics with ketoacidosis, you will get rhinoorbital. You don't get GI or disseminated or a pulmonary with them usually. In the neutropenics, you will get a pulmonary predominantly. In the malnourished, you will get a GI mucor. In the hemochromatosis, cirrhosis patient deferoxamine, you may get a disseminated mucor, and even genitourinary and miscellaneous. Everything can be seen in such patients. So this is something to be kept in mind. And these are the risk factors. Now, how to reverse this? So diabetic with ketoacidosis, rapid control of sugar, reversal of the acidosis. Neutropenic, try to give GM-CSF, and may not always be possible, but try to correct the neutropenia as aggressively as possible. Malnourishment, to just give nutrition. And in these patients, it's difficult to get a rapid correction of the iron overload state, which is a risk factor in the hemochromatosis and cirrhotic patients. But this is how we have to approach it. And this is one of the most important things. If you have done a debridement and you have done amphotericin, but still your sugars are uncontrolled, it's still not a good thing. The mucor will keep increasing because iron keeps getting delivered to it. And recently we had a patient in which debridement was done, and this amphotericin had also been started, but his sugars remained poorly controlled. He was not in Jupiter, he was in another hospital. And even though he was looking okay, it kept progressing and it reached his CNS. So this is extremely important. Never ever forget this. And this is an extremely important part of the management. Now, finally, coming to appropriate antifungals. So liposomal, amphotericin, posaconazole, and isavuconazole. These are the three antifungals which have been found to have anti-mucor activity in vitro and in vivo. All other agents are just supporting actors. The main heroes are amphotericin, posaconazole, and isavuconazole. उसमें से भी main hero is amphotericin. Others are not so important. So why have we given echinocandin in this patient? Why have we given posaconazole and all those things? So now, although echinocandins have no in vitro activity against mucor species, but in some studies they have found that cascofungin especially has been useful in patients of especially rhizopus, when the rhizopus species is causing it, when it is a rhinoorbital presentation, and in the non-neutropenic patient, right? This is because the rhizopus species possess the FKS gene, which codes for the beta-D glucan synthase, and thus it's used as a theoretical basis as well. This is echinocandins, they inhibit the beta-D glucan of the fungal cell wall. Also, there are additional mechanisms proposed by these legendary people in this CID article. Pontoyanis is a legend in fungal diseases, where they have said that it may enhance the polyene penetration, it may increase the activity of neutrophils, and it may alter the cell wall contents and reduce the virulence and enhance the host response. All these things the echinocandins can do. So in patients who are extremely sick and cost is not an issue, echinocandins, especially cascofungin, definitely seems to have a role as a supporting agent in cases where debridement cannot be very aggressive for any reason. A patient is not fit for debridement and patient is not responding. all these situations, you can often go for this additional agent to support your treatment. Now, posaconazole, isavuconazole, a lot of questions I've been getting on this. So, posaconazole is an older agent. We have more experience with posaconazole. Isavuconazole is a newer agent, much more expensive. And just want to highlight something very important. A lot of confusion is happening in the regarding this. IV posaconazole is not the same as tablet. The tablet is not the same as syrup. The doses are completely different, and the time to achieve therapeutic levels also completely different. So the syrup posaconazole, the dose is 200 mg QDS, and therapeutic drug monitoring is recommended for monitoring these patients whether they've achieved therapeutic levels or not. It is poorly absorbed and less reliable in terms of achieving therapeutic levels. Tablet comes as an extended release tablet, and the dose is actually 300 mg BD on day 1 followed by OD. The syrup posaconazole takes 7 days to achieve therapeutic levels, and if in some case situations nowadays we are facing this situation very commonly where amphotericin is not available, so we are using posaconazole. But posaconazole syrup takes 7 days to achieve therapeutic levels, so it's like you're giving nothing for first 7 days, which is criminal, it's problematic. So what can we do? So tablet achieves levels much earlier, maybe in 2-3 days, and IV achieves much earlier, maybe again in 2-3 days. So try to use these if available. Again, availability is becoming an issue, but if available, then try to use IV formulation and oral formulation rather than the syrup. And they achieve levels much quicker. Their levels are much more reliable, and therapeutic drug monitoring can be avoided in these situations. Same with isavuconazole. It is a water-soluble molecule. It achieves levels rapidly, although loading dose is needed, and but very expensive, out of the reach of most of our patients, right? So this is just a comparison of these two azole agents which have anti-mucor activity. Posa is lipophilic, isavu is water soluble. Posa is cheaper, it's about 4,000 per strip, 10 tablets. And isavu is like 43,000 for 14 tablets. And about 1 week, the tablets, one strip will get over in 1 week for, sorry, 7 tablets will get over in, so 1 week, 10 tablets will get over in 1 week for isavuconazole. Whereas posaconazole, 4,000 strips stays for 7 days. So almost by a factor of 10, it is cheaper. QT prolongation is a problem with posaconazole, whereas isavuconazole causes QT shortening. So in cardiac patients with a long QT or patients on antipsychotics and antiarrhythmic agents, atrial fibrillation and all that, posaconazole can be very problematic to use, whereas isavu can be better. There are more drug-to-drug interactions with posaconazole with the CYP3 system, and you have to check the Medscape drug interaction checker before you use posaconazole. Enter into it all the drugs the patient is on, and try to either manage it or avoid it if there are significant interactions. Isavuconazole is much less interactive. It's like not a very social person. Then IV formulation in POSA is problematic sometimes because of the accumulation of cyclodextrin. So in patients with renal dysfunction, the cyclodextrin accumulation can be problematic, whereas this is not an issue with isavuconazole. Correct. So many of our mucor patients are on RT feeds because they are so sick. The problem with posaconazole tablets is that absorption may not be reliable. Same that with worry with NG tube absorption is not reliable because you have to give before meals or with fatty meals and stuff like that. Not possible with RT. So absorption of oral azoles, we are always worried. So isavu, they have done some studies, and isavuconazole capsules get absorbed from the RT very well, so they are safe to use. If you are still not confident, you can go with the IV isavuconazole even in the renal patients because there is no cyclodextrin. So these are the finer points of differentiation between POSA and isavu. Very relevant right now because we are not having amphotericin supplies. So these are the main backup agents to amphotericin. So now coming to Deferasirox, why did we consider using it in this patient? Now a lot of controversy and contentious issues with this. This is a photo straight from Harrison, so that there can be no debating on this. So in contrast to deferoxamine, which takes the iron and gives it to the fungus, deferasirox does not act like a xenosiderophore. So this is the term used, xenosiderophore. Siderophore means the iron, taking iron and giving it through the ion channels to the fungus. And xeno means taking from one species, giving it to other. Huh? So in deferasirox, it does not act as a xenosiderophore. It doesn't chelate the iron from the body and gives it to the mucor. It keeps it away from the mucor, in fact. Whereas the deferoxamine does do that. It takes the iron from the body and gives it to the mucor, which is disastrous. So that is, and also there are some fungicidal activity noted in the isolates in vitro. So for this reason, deferasirox was tried in some animal models, was found to be synergistic. So it was tried in a clinical trial also. Unfortunately, it did not work in this trial. In fact, it sort of had increased mortality. But this population included primarily the active malignancy patients. And therefore, its role in patients who have diabetes without malignancy remains uncertain. Even Harrison is saying this. So, since it's a controversial issue, I've just highlighted some studies for this. So, these people have used it as a salvage therapy in some cases and found it to be useful. And this was a letter written to the Journal of Antimicrobial Chemotherapy after that first study, which showed increased mortality, was found. And in this, Dr. Rajiv Soman, gave his experience of 7 patients in whom costs were an issue, the debridement was an issue. So deferasirox was given on a compassionate basis, and the results were quite good. So when to use it, when not to use it is the next question. I have been using it, especially since AMPHO is not available, but I have been restricting its use in these situations. Theoretically, that the iron gets released more during the ketoacidosis patient. So in the early patients of mucor with an uncontrolled sugar, it really, I think it works somewhat and helps to reduce the problems, clinical problems. So uncontrolled sugars, ketoacidotic patients, early in rhinoorbital form, only no other form I'm using it. And especially the patient has to have a normal creatinine. Of course, this is not a recommendation. This is a complete gray zone. I'm just putting it out there that this is a possibility for resource limited settings where all these other factors are hindering appropriate practice. So now, if AMPHO not available, what is to be done? This is a very common question. I've been getting many phone calls for this. So the preferred drugs in order are this: if available, use liposomal. If liposomal not available, use conventional. Everything else is inferior. This is the main actor. Everything else is inferior to this. Please try to use AMPHO as much as possible. Don't rely only on POSA and ISAVU and all that. Then if all these are not available, then IV POSA, tablet POSA, IV ISAVU, tablet ISAVU. This is to be the order of preference. Unless there are some strong contraindications to this or problems like not tolerating AMPHO or hypersensitivity to AMPHO, then we have to go for this. Right now, another thing is supporting role for caspofungin defera. We have already discussed. Now, another problem in a way is that the amphotericin B conventional has been being used as a wash and was given as local therapy for sinuses and eye and all that, and intraocular injections and all. Now, if patient is not having IV AMPHO, then it is not correct to use whatever AMPHO you have for all these purposes, because that is, try to preserve your conventional AMPHO, all your AMPHO for preferably IV administration. Don't use washes and then say that IV AMPHO is not there. Don't do that. Use whatever AMPHO you have, liposomal preferred, conventional second, use maximum you can. IV availability is a huge issue. ये सब के बाद अगर है तो then you can use this for local therapy in the sinuses and eyes and all those things. but you don't use it as this thing. When you're not able to give IV, the IV is the main thing. So now this is the preferred method for giving amphotericin. So in my post-graduation in Aurangabad, nobody could afford lipo, so I've used a lot of deoxycholate, especially in the HIV patients with cryptococcal meningitis. Right. So when we use this method, the nephrotoxicity reduces substantially. And again, due to supply issues, we are having this problem, and we are using more and more of conventional as it becomes available. So preload with 500 ml of NS, then give a test dose 1 mg in 100 ml over 1 hour. If you don't have any reaction, then you go ahead with the pre-medication, the Avil paracetamol, and then go ahead with the full dose in 250 ml of D5 over 4 to 6 hours. So generally in a 60 kg, 70 kg people, it round about comes to 200 to 350 mg of liposomal. Cost is very high for liposomal. It's about 3,000 to 5,000 for a 50 mg vial. So it comes to around 20 to 25,000 per day. Right now, dose, again, very important, dose of liposomal is 3 to 5 mg per kg per day. Dose of conventional is 0.7 mg per kg per day. So that generally comes to around 50 mg per day. And this comes to around 250 to 350 mg per day. Right. So be very, very careful. I've seen sometimes conventional being given as a liposomal dose, which is disastrous for the kidney. I have seen the other way around also, liposomal given as a conventional dose 50 mg, which is like giving homeopathy. So please avoid this. And then post load with 500 ml NS, create electrolyte daily is compulsory. Magnesium also sometimes very important, because very refractory hypokalemia can happen. Now, if there is a high suspicion of mucor, the cultures have come negative, and the histopath will take many times to come. Frozen section has come negative, but your suspicion remains high. So what to do? So now, how do you diagnose, and how do you proceed with the management? So empiric therapy in such situations, if your suspicion is high, must be instituted and continued, since delayed treatment increases mortality substantially. There's a paper which the fungal boss of India, Arunalok Chakravarti, wrote, and they found much high mortality when treatment was started more than 6 days later, whereas treatment begun before 6 days reduced mortality by 50%. Correct? So, don't start therapy if your suspicion is high. Don't wait for the reports and cultures and all that, because the cost is death. Whereas if cost of under treatment is death, cost of over treatment is just high money loss or something, which is okay. Now, PCR based approach targeting mucor species for diagnosis. So this is what I was saying. If the smear is negative and the cultures are still to come, histopath is still to come, this is something you can try. It is commercially available in some of this thing. This is the COT-H gene which the PCR detects. I'm just coming to the end of the lecture, just 2 seconds more. So the COT-H gene is specific for mucor species. They have studied this. They have found that this was positive in mucor cases and absent in Aspergillus cases. So it is a valid PCR to be done. Of course, not easily available, but one of the labs is doing it, commercial labs. It's a promising target for reliable, sensitive method, specific method. Right? Timing of surgery, just last thing. Of course, you know that during surgery, if we operate, mortality increases by 30% in COVID patients. So you have to time the surgery properly. So this is what we kind of evolved to. We try to time it later when the antibody is positive, day of symptom onset is more, for reduced mortality and reduced transmission to surgical team. So this is what we have evolved to. All this reduces the risk of intraoperative complications. With that, we just come to the end of my talk. And I just want to acknowledge Dr. Amit Saraf, Dr. Shashank Joshi, MAP, and
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for such a elaborate talk and very important as a medical management. Actually, the take-home message from this is a very well control of diabetes is very important. And amphotericin, lysosomal amphotericin is playing very important role in treating these patients. Even if it is not available, but we have to see that we can get it and we can treat at the best. So there are a few questions
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. I just there is a question from Dr. Jaspreet Singh from Kanpur. Itraconazole has in vitro activity in mucorales. Is it effective as compared to other medicines, and where itraconazole can act as a prophylactic medicine to prevent mucormycosis? It is from Thane.
Correct. Itraconazole, no activity in vivo, not to be used for prophylaxis and not to be used for treatment either. Itraconazole, so prophylaxis we have to consider only when the incidence is very high, because prophylaxis you are giving in every patient, in the normal patients, and when you are having shortages of the drugs for the therapy, we cannot waste it on prophylaxis, especially when the incidence is not very high. So see what is happening. We are seeing a lot of mucor patients, but compared to the number of COVID patients, it is very small. It's like less than I would say less than 3 to 5% of COVID patients are getting mucor. So does it justify giving prophylaxis to everybody? It doesn't. So usually the cutoff for prophylaxis is 20%. Incidence of the disease should be at least 20% or higher from the 100 to warrant prophylaxis. And prophylaxis also, what to use again is a big question. We can't give amphotericin for prophylaxis, too toxic. OSA takes 7 days to reach level. ISAVO is 40,000. How will you do prophylaxis? Voriconazole, itraconazole not to be used at all. So does that answer the question?
Yeah. So how many days amphotericin should be used is the question.
Yes. So amphotericin, there is no clear endpoint that has been mentioned in any of the guidelines. We have to go via the clinical radiologic response of the patient. There's no cumulative total dose or duration given in the guidelines. There's a global mucor guidelines which have been written recently, in which Dr. Rajiv Soman is one of the authors. I would encourage everybody to go through that document, very good document, global mucor guidelines. So there is no endpoint defined. We go by clinical radiologic response. Usually at least 2 weeks of amphotericin is needed, usually.
Thank you, sir, for such an elaborate talk. Thank you, Amit Saraf and Raja Dixit, sir, for such a nice, wonderful CME and very up-to-date one. Thank you. Thank you for asking me to chair the session. Thank you, sir.
Kanishka, wonderful talk. Great. I think to the point, absolutely in meticulous detail. And thank you for taking out time for this. I know you have a handful right now, so thank you so much for taking time for us. Wonderful talk. Dr. Devakar, as always, the star of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Kanishka Devda, and thank you, Dr. Narayan Devkakar, sir. So now we will move ahead with our next session. For that, I would like to call upon Dr. Vaishali Lokhande to chair this session, which is on surgical intervention in mucormycosis.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Dr. Vaishali Lokhande, she is a joint treasurer of MAP and she is a consultant physician at Apollo Hospital, Navi Mumbai. So, ma'am, please take over the session and introduce our next speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the physicians have their best friends in the antifungals. Dr. Dowda elaborated quite well. But I think our best allies in management of mucor are the ENT surgeons. So I have the privilege of presenting our next speakers. Dr. Bachi Hathiram is professor and head of Department of ENT, head and neck surgery at the TN Medical College and Nair Hospital, Mumbai. Also attached to HN Reliance Hospital, Mumbai as a visiting consultant. Experience of more than 32 years. Dr. Vicky Khattar is AP in the same department, visiting ENT consultant at Reliance Hospital. Experience of more than 18 years in the field, and both have been handling head and neck surgery for the past 18 years as a team. They have interest in cochlear implant, airway surgery, laryngology, voice, vertigo and endoscopic skull-based surgery. Also, they are PG teachers for postgraduates in ENT at Nair Hospital. Academically very strong, several publications in national and international journals, authored several textbooks, also reference books. They are also editors-in-chief of International ENT Journal, being published since 2009. Over to you, team. Hope to learn a lot from you too.
I request Dr. Bachi, please share your screen and your session.
I just wanted to make an announcement because there are certain questions we will not be able to take because of lack of time. So Dr. Girish Rajadhyaksha and Dr. Amit Saraf have agreed at the end of the session, they will give 10-15 minutes and they will try to address whatever balance questions are there which have to be addressed. So after the end of the talk, both of them and the faculty which will be there, they will try to address all the remaining questions which have been asked. So thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Coming to the last talk of the session, we will try and make it as interesting as possible because I know all are hungry and waiting. But I'm sure surgery is definitely much more interesting, and so you will see in the slides to come what exactly we do in the surgical management of mucormycosis. These are the two institutions where Dr. Vicky and I work together as a team. As you know, surgery today is a team approach, and so both of us are together since almost 2 decades. Coming to the pathophysiology of mucormycosis, before we start treating, we should know what the fungus does. So invasive fungal rhinosinusitis is characterized by mucosal infiltration with these mycotic organisms or these fungi and angiocentric invasion into orbital and intracranial structures because these lie adjacent to the nose and the paranasal sinuses. What are the goals of our treatment? One would be rapid reversal of the immunocompromised state, systemic antifungal therapy on which all our speakers have been speaking, and radical and timely surgical intervention. So this is a slide which will give you some idea as to what happens in a normal host. What you are seeing here is the tissue of the normal host. Sorry. This is the macrophage and this is the fungus. So in a normal host, when the fungus enters the tissue, the macrophage tries to engulf the fungus and limit the spread of the disease. This is the blood vessel which has an intact endothelium. You are seeing the neutrophils, you are seeing the protein which is binding the iron radicals. Free iron radicals are not floating in the bloodstream. Now in a patient who has reduced immunity, as we term a susceptible host, what happens? The virus tends, or the fungus tends to multiply manifold. The macrophages are few and they cannot control the spread. At the same time, the vascular endothelium may be damaged due to introduction of a Ryle's tube or maybe because of dryness or due to any other reasons. And as a result of this, the fungus enters the bloodstream. Also, you know that there is neutropenia in a patient who is immunocompromised. So what happens? And there is an acidotic medium. So the free iron radicals are floating around. Free iron radicals are floating around, which actually increase the concentration and help to feed the mucor, resulting in angioinvasion, thrombosis of the vessel, and hematogenous dissemination. There is also evidence to suggest that even dead or inactivated mucosal spores can cause an equal amount of tissue damage, such as a viable spore. And antifungals alone may not be able to limit the damage caused by these organisms, as we have seen in the talks, hence the role of surgery. So what are the management principles? It is important to understand that angioinvasion, thrombosis, and tissue necrosis caused by this disease results in poor penetration of the intravenous medications at the site of infection because the blood vessels at the site of infection are blocked off. Therefore, even if the causative organism is susceptible to the antifungal which you are giving, the antifungal is not effective because it can't reach that site. And hence, surgery is necessary to remove the massive amount of tissue necrosis that is seen characteristically in mucormycosis. What are the advantages of early surgical intervention? Surgery helps to acquire a specimen for diagnosis and culture, establishing the diagnosis and enabling appropriate medical treatment. Also, it reduces the local fungal burden in the tissues, hence augmenting the normal immune mechanisms for elimination of the fungal antigen. And early aggressive surgery will slow disease progression, allowing time for reversal of the underlying immunocompromise. So it gives the body time to recuperate. In addition to this, surgical whitening of the sinus ostia will make irrigation with amphotericin much more easier. Also, packing with amphotericin soaked packs much more easier. There were initially certain controversies stating that surgery should not be done because there may be too much of hemorrhage in a patient who is already neutropenic and who are anemic. Also, it creates mucosal defects, which will now further expose the tissues to fungal infection. But however, all of these don't carry any importance now. With experience, we have realized that surgery definitely plays a very important role, as important as intravenous antifungals. So what is the site where you see most of this infection? almost 92% of patients have shown the fungal infection to occur first in the nasal cavity, which is logical because this fungus is ubiquitous in the air and we breathe through our nose, the nose being the first point of contact. 62% of patients show that the middle turbinate is the most common site of involvement in all literature. Okay, so we also have published a series in 2011 where we have seen almost more than 90% of our patients have had the infection in the middle turbinate. So the first point of contact probably is the middle turbinate. Over the past 13 years, we have treated 153 cases of mucormycosis, managing them successfully. The mortality rate was only 23 patients out of 153. But in the past 2 months, we have seen more than 45 patients in our OPD. So what are the probable causes? The middle turbinate is exposed to greatest volume of nasal airflow, which is a major air filter, and it may increase the likelihood of fungal seeding at this site. Secondly, mucosal disruption or damage to the mucociliary system, changes in the normal mucosal flora are common at the middle turbinate and meatus, secondary to bacterial sinusitis and allergy, drying secondary to oxygen via nasal cannula, or mechanical damage during introduction of the nasogastric tube. Damage to the middle turbinate will allow the fungi to initiate the invasive process. There are other areas as well that are in the line of maximal airflow, which are susceptible to the invasiveness of the otherwise saprophytic fungi, and hence a detailed nasal examination, preferably endoscopic nasal examination, will reveal characteristic findings suggestive of an early invasive mycosis. So what do we actually do during surgery? Surgery is essentially endoscopic but radical, sometimes external when required. So our main aim is to remove all devitalized structures till we can attain bleeding margins. Why bleeding margins? So that the antifungals which are given intravenously can reach the site of fungal invasion. Also, local irrigation with diluted amphotericin locally helps to prevent potential seeding. But as Dr. Kanishka said, what we do is we give intravenous amphotericin. Whatever is remaining is then used for local irrigation and not the other way around. Okay, so here what you are seeing is an endoscopic surgery underway, and this is the orbit. As you can see, this is the optic nerve which you are seeing. This is the dura. We have removed all possible areas where there was a mycotic eschar. Eschar meaning the black fungal debris that you are seeing. So we need to continue removing it until you see bleeding margins like this. This will enable our antifungals to reach the site that we want them to reach. This is one of our very early cases. I think we saw this patient in maybe 2009 or so. And this is the blackening of the face, as you are seeing. That is why colloquially now people call it the black fungus. In fact, the fungus is not black. I will show you in the slides to come. But the necrotic tissue that it creates because of disease is black. So this is a patient who had come to us, very serious. We took him up for surgery. But what I want you to understand also is the CT scan is definitely not gold standard, because this is what you see on a CT scan. This you would, if you are only shown the CT scan without the clinical picture, you would never guess that the patient's condition is so bad. So the CT scan just represents something like maybe a chronic sinusitis kind of a picture. But intraoperatively, when we check the patient, this is what we saw: complete blackening, complete necrosis of the entire nasal cavity. Okay. So this is the nasal surgery that we did an endoscopic evaluation. You can see complete blackening all around. This is what we are removing. You are seeing the middle turbinate coming out so easily. It is completely necrosed. It is dead tissue. You can see the external nose also. Partially we had to remove it because it was necrosed, and free bleeding margins were obtained. So this is the condition of the patient when we did the second debridement. You must remember that every debridement that we did for this patient was after every 2 days. You know, so it spread so fast. I have not seen even cancer spreading at this speed. This is the third debridement. You can see the entire nose blackening. So every time we remove, the antifungal reaches there, yet the antifungal reaches there, and yet you see that again and again there is black HR which you need to keep on removing. You cannot stop saying that I have done debridement once, now we don't need to do. If you wait for a week after the first debridement, all is lost. So this is eventually what you are seeing. Now we are seeing that there is healthy mucosa, but you can see this is the region of the cribriform plate. You are seeing the olfactory nerve endings. And again over here, we are seeing blackening. We are trying to remove it very, very gently, taking care not to create a CSF leak in the process. And this is the fungus. This is grown on Sabouraud's medium. It appears like a white cotton wool appearance. The mucor that we call a black fungus is not black. It is the result of the affection of the tissues, destruction of the tissues or necrosis, which causes blackening. These are the sporangia seen under microscope. This is the characteristic typical non-septate fungal hyphae, which are seen. This is another case. Not all cases will show you blackening. You can see that the tissue over here, the nasal mucosa, looks anemic. It does not look so very healthy. So there are some cases which will be like this. We took the patient up. As you can see over here, you can see fungal colonies in the maxillary sinus endoscopically visualized. So we know that we are definitely dealing with mucor. So what we try to do is remove all these fungal colonies. We try and remove all the mucosa which is affected very, very carefully. And this would be the end result where you see healthy mucosa coming back. So we know that we are successful. This patient is going to recover. It is going to take time. It is not something which is fast. We need to be patient. Yet what you're seeing on the right is a bone in the region of the maxilla, which is devitalized. So now what we do is we do not try to pull out this devitalized bone. Usually this devitalized bone will fall out on its own after forming a sequestrum. So here you are seeing again devitalized bone. This is the same patient that I'm showing you, just repeated endoscopic pictures and repeated debridements that we have been doing. So it's a very long drawn process. This is the patient. So there was a fistula externally. This is the bone that is there. Now we can see that it is almost devitalized. It will almost fall out on its own. She also had a palatal fistula. Yeah. But you can see that the mucosa is now healthy and healing process has started. She has healed well. We had taken her up to remove all the sequestered bone, but we can't leave the cavity open like this. And so in those days, we did not have microvascular flap backup. We had taken a forehead flap. As you can see, it is just harvested by our plastic surgery colleagues. We've removed all the bone, which has almost automatically fallen off on its own after sequestration. And the forehead flap is fashioned. This is the processes that we have requested our dental surgeons to create for the palate. And eventually, this is the patient. So we have given adequate, or I would say almost optimal function to the patient. Yeah, to the best of our abilities, but coming out of such a dreaded disease is in fact a victory of its own. This is the same patient. She's doing very well and comes for follow-up, completely fine. Often radical surgery can scar for life. Now these CT scans, we don't have pictures of this child because it was a very sorry state. This was a 12-year-old child who was referred to us by a very close friend. He was a patient of Wilson's disease and had developed mucormycosis. Eventually, after complete debridement and treating the child, you can see there's nothing left of the nose. As you can see, there's no nose left at all. It was a very horrible and a grotesque condition for a small child. So we could not take him up also for surgery under general anesthesia because of his condition. We had to take him up for serial debridements almost every day under local anesthesia until he could bear the pain, and we would stop the surgery at that time. Finally, we got him cured, but we could not take him up also for plastic surgical reconstruction. What did we do? We gave him a spectacle prosthesis with the nose. So not all is lost. You know, if life is there, you know, jaan hai to jahan hai. It is like that. So if you can manage to salvage his life, you can do a lot for the patient. Giving over to Dr. Vicky.
Thank you, Dr. Bachi. And it's strange that the word sinuses is very close to sino, and there's always been an issue with our friendly neighbor with our borders. Coming to the sinuses, they have an intimate relation with the orbit and the brain, and it is the biggest challenge that a surgeon faces in mucormycosis is not the sheer bulk of the volume of the disease, but the precarious location. The intimate relation of the orbit and brain to the sinonasal space is what makes this disease so terrible functionally, cosmetically, and sometimes even at the cost of life. So we're going to discuss now, Dr. Bachi has already discussed about the surgical principles, what we do during surgery, what we want to achieve during surgery. But a lot of controversy still dwells on the management of the orbit and its relation to the spread of infection to the brain in cases of mucormycosis. So the next part of the discussion is going to be targeted purely at the management of the orbit in mucormycosis. So we do understand that the orbit, because of its close proximity to the sinuses, is very easily affected. We also know now that the orbit is also the only conduit, or rather the quickest conduit of spread of mucor infection from the eye to the brain. So in sequence, if the infection from the sinuses to the orbit and to the orbit to the brain is not curtailed, this infection can become life-threatening. In fact, this has been known to us since a long time. Now, common manifestations of orbital mycosis or orbital infection spread of the sinusal infection to the orbit would be ptosis, proptosis, chemosis, loss of vision or blurring of vision, ophthalmoplegia, and sometimes they have central retinal or central venous artery or retinal artery or venous occlusion. And the worst scenario would be where there's cavernous sinus thrombosis, where it becomes bilateral ocular symptoms. Now, the biggest dilemma which we have faced till today has always been exenteration. When to exenterate, how to exenterate, how much to exenterate, and whether exenterate is really going to help the patient as far as vision or life. The decision to exenterate always depends on a few factors. One is the extent of disease, the functional status of the eye, because this happens many times. You see patients who have gross involvement of the orbit, they still have some finger counting, and the patient says, "Ki mujhe abhi bhi dikh raha hai us aankh se, why are you getting the eye out?" The perceived response to medical therapy, and the most important fact, the biggest hurdle which we have faced in our clinical practice has been the patient's informed consent. 20% of our patients we've lost those patients to an intracranial spread only because they have refused exenteration at the time when it was supposed to be done for them. And we'll discuss the timing, the scenario, and when exenteration should be done for these patients. Now, there are certain clear-cut indications. For example, when there's obvious involvement of the orbital periosteum, there is no question about it. The exenteration has to be done. That can be seen very easily on an MRI, sometimes even on a contrast CT. If the fundoscopy shows a central retinal artery occlusion with a hard and fixed eyeball, you know that this eye is not going to be functioning. If on the imaging, it shows that the orbit has already been involved and there's also a central retinal artery occlusion, there is no reason in keeping that eye back and leaving it as a possible conduit or spread of infection from the eye to the brain and beyond. In case there's a thighs or a shrunken globe, in any case that eye has lost its function, it's better we get it out if it is involved in cases of mucormycosis. On the other end of the spectrum, there are certain cases which we can definitely conserve. For example, when the disease is limited purely to the sinuses, there are no ocular symptoms. Or sometimes when there are mild ocular symptoms, for example, there's mild proptosis, there's a little of congenital chemosis, but the vision is absolutely normal, the pupils are reacting well. And when you have an improvement with medical therapy, we've seen certain patients who will improve with a few days of after the sinus debridement, of course, and intravenous amphotericin. And sometimes our ophthalmology colleagues are also giving intraorbital amphotericin. In fact, recently, the Ophthalmic Society of India has come out with their own guidelines in which conservative treatments do entail intraorbital amphotericin as a part of the treatment in a salvage setting. And sometimes when you see that the restoration of the extraocular movements has already started to happen after a few days of your treatment, which includes, of course, surgery as well as medical management, and if you anticipate the vision to recover and there is no invasion of the orbit, so two ends of spectrum, one when there's gross invasion, one when there's no invasion, these are the ones you can definitely conserve or definitely exenterate. The dilemma does not come in these patients. The dilemma comes in certain conditions where you don't know what the fungus is up to. So we have come across, in fact, we have actually narrowed down our patients to two specific categories of patients where we are not sure whether exenteration should be done at the very outset or can we wait. The first indication is when there's minimal attenuation or erosion of the lamina papyracea. Now, lamina papyracea is basically the party wall or the dividing bone between the ethmoid sinuses and the orbit. So when this bone has been eroded or invaded by the mucor organism, it can be seen as revitalized structure on CT or as involvement on the MRI. But the patient still has salvageable vision, by which I mean there is reasonable amount of finger counting, the pupils are still reacting. There may be some restriction of movements, but we're not sure whether it's gross invasion or not. In such conditions, we can try initially conserving and see how the patient does. The other condition is when there's limited orbital apex involvement. Many a times, when you have mucor invading the posterior ethmoids or the sphenoid sinuses, you may find that the orbital apex shows some sort of inflammation. There's some restriction of extraocular movement. So these are those dicey situations where the vision is not totally gone, the eye is moving for a certain respect, and there is some amount of pupillary reaction. So the question is, what we're going to do, we've in fact now got a case capsule of both these conditions. We're going to discuss both these conditions separately and see how those patients did and then arrive at a conclusion as what should be done for these conditions also. So case 1, like I said, limited erosion of the lamina papracia. This is the lamina papracia, the bone which separates the orbit from the sinuses. See this here, on this side you can see the lamina is completely intact. Here there is a clear defect in the lamina papracia. So it's important to understand, of course, that CT is not the gold standard. MRI is a gold standard only for suspecting mucor. The only way to diagnose mucor is by histopathological examination, and that is why we can't wait for this to progress to say yes, it was mucor. So we take the patient up for surgery. You can see the devitalized middle turbinate, and you can see that the orbital periosteum after removing the lamina papracia is quite healthy. It's white and glistening how it's supposed to be. So as far as we are concerned, surgically, the lamina seems to have gone, but the orbit has been conserved at this point of time. We follow this patient up sequentially after a few days as we do repeated debridements. You can see again more crusts have formed. This is the typical nature of mucor. It keeps throwing out crusts till the disease comes to an equilibrium with the medical management. But once we remove these crusts, we can see that the mucosa below is quite healthy. It's nice pink, and that's how normal mucosa should be. It's vital. It's got blood supply, by which I mean the antifungals are reaching there. So far we've been able to conserve. We follow this patient up a few days later. Sorry, same clip. We follow this patient up a few days later and see the crusting has become more minimal and the mucosa becomes much more pink and is covering the entire nasal cavity. So in such conditions, if you intervene early, even if there's lamina papracia involvement, you may be able to conserve the orbit in such conditions. And we follow this case through for the last few days, so we could kind of give this to you in picture. Now coming to case scenario 2, where there is orbital apex disease. Many times the MRI report will always mention minimal involvement or minimal enhancing tissue present in the orbital apex. The typical MRI report comes that way. What you have to see for is thickening of the medial rectus muscle, thickening of the optic nerve. And you can see some sort of tissue. This orbital apex seems quite okay. Here you can see some sort of gray areas having in this orbital apex. So we take this patient up for surgery and we follow this patient through. This is first surgery. Now I'm going to pause the video here. See this typical color of this mucosa. It's more white as compared to pink. So mucosal pallor or mucosal anemia is also a very early sign of mucormycosis because of the devitalization of the blood vessels. And many times we miss this sign. We see, okay, yeah, the nose looks absolutely pink. There is no whitening, no blackening, no brown, no crust. There's no mucor. It doesn't always work that way. So the clinical examination, the radiological examination has to go hand in hand with a higher index of suspicion. Operate rather than conserve. So we go in, we do the ethmoidectomy, you can see nice bleeding margins. So we thought maybe this case wasn't mucor after all, it may have been something else for all you know. But we haven't completed surgery as yet. Now you can start seeing some debris, you can start seeing some exposed bone out here. And now you can see this white, cheesy kind of tissue, which is of course devitalized mucosa. So this is a case of invasive fungal sinusitis. Now we decompress the orbit, we remove the lamina papracia, and see the orbit immediately bulges into the nasal cavity. So there was a lot of pressure in the orbit, the globe, which is causing it to cause proptosis. So we have decompressed the orbit. And now we can start seeing towards the posterior ethmoids and the orbital apex. You can see this white bone, this devitalized bone, and some fungal debris in the middle of it. So this is on day 1, on the first surgery. This is the patient after, when the packs are still inside, you can see the orbit is still the same. It's still not, the globe is still not opened up. There's still ptosis, there's chemosis. We take the patient up for the next debridement. This is on day 5. You see that the nasal mucosa seems a little more healthy, but the bone has started to sequester off, as Dr. Bachi showed in the previous slide. But the bone in the orbital apex is much more precarious because here it engulfs all the recti muscles, it engulfs the optic nerve. So we have a discussion with our ophthalmology colleagues and they tell us, I think this eye is not working. This is on day 8 after the first surgery. You can still see the chemosis. See, the pupil is not reacting. It's a nice and dilated pupil. As compared to the other side where the pupil is constricting well. So we know that this is a non-functioning eye. This is on day 8. We counsel the patient that this eye is not being able to be conserved. We can't hold on for any more long, but the patient refuses the examination, saying that, no, I still have some perception of light. I'm going to try and hold on. And the patient gives a negative consent. It's a permanent debilitating surgery, so we can't go ahead without the patient's consent. On day 13. The 13 patient nasal cavity again starts to show some polypoid mucosa, and you can see some debris in the maxilla. So it means there's some fungal nidus which has been left behind. Why this nose is not settling? On day 18, we get a repeat scan, and you can see now the orbital apex on the right side, and here the tissue has become much more on the left side. You know, okay, now this is gross involvement of the orbit, and this eye must come out. On day 18, the patient finally consents, yes, because he's now having a lot of pain and discomfort with that eyeball. He says, no, you can go ahead with the exenteration. So we go ahead, we do the exenteration, and as you can see this nice thrombosis on the part of entry of the vasculature to the eyeball. So we realized that yes, this was a globe which was already non-viable, and we had to get it out as soon as possible. This is the retroorbital soft tissue fat, which also has to be removed along with the muscles, till you can see bone and bleeding from the apex and bone all around. This is how an exenteration has to be done. And we did a lid preserving exenteration because the lid was uninvolved. And when you do MRI on day 19, we can see that yes, the exenteration seems to be complete and there is no intracranial involvement. And we feel that yes, we've won the battle, although we got this consent a bit late from the patient. And when we do our nasal endoscopies, now the nose starts to look like a normal nose. This is normal pink mucosa. It's not polypoid, it's not granular. There is no debris in the sinuses anymore. And even the bone in the posterior part has started to now get covered by intact mucosa. So once the fungus nidus is completely removed or debrided, is when the nose actually starts to heal. But to our surprise, on day 21, the patient had a convulsion, the patient developed hemiparesis, and you can see multiple embolic abscesses. You can see cavernous sinus thrombosis on the left side. You can see a suprasellar abscess on the left side, and a complete occlusion of the internal carotid artery. So what happened was that although we got this eyeball out, we didn't get it out in time. The reasons maybe because the patient didn't agree, but at the end of the day, we lost the battle as far as preventing intracranial spread of infection is concerned. Then the patient was on prolonged antifungal therapy. The perilesional edema became a little less. The lesion became a little smaller. Again, he refused an excision of this intracranial, this walled-off fungal abscess, and then we left it at that. The patient went home. He's been followed for the past 7.5 years with us. He has now a small gliotic area out here, but that's out of this. He still walks with a stick because he's got hemiparesis, but that's what we could do for him. The same can be applied also for an incomplete done exenteration. So as surgeons, sometimes we face the fact that yes, this patient underwent a sinus debridement. Yes, this patient underwent an orbital exenteration. The question is, was this exenteration complete? This is a patient who came to us 20 days after his exenteration had been done. And it was a timely exenteration, mind you. But you can see all the retroorbital soft tissue has been left back inside. So what probably was done was that the eyeball was removed and some of the muscles were removed, but the rest of the tissue was left back in the orbital apex. And see, this tissue is not bleeding even after me cutting the tissue, which means that this is a devitalized tissue. So some devitalized tissue, if it's left behind, the exenteration is of no use. It has to be a complete exenteration. And the same patient's scan showed multiple infarcts in the brain. So what happened was that even though a timely exenteration was done, it was not a complete exenteration, which is why we lost this patient. There are sometimes, although when we have to be a little on the back foot. If you remember, Dr. Pachi showed some slides about patients where if the bone is on a vital area, you can leave it behind and allow it to sequester as long as all the mucosa around it has been removed. Now, this is a patient of ours where we did the orbital decompression. We removed all the bone chips, and this is the dura which is lying exposed on top. And you thought, wow, what a wonderful job. We got bleeding margins, all the dead tissues out, and this patient is going to do well. But just before we were about to close this patient, we see that we had accidentally created a small CSF leak in the level of the dura. Now, all our physicians know that how dangerous fungal meningitis can be. This patient did develop fungal meningitis, and it took 3.5 months stay in the hospital before we could send him home. So sometimes an overzealous exenteration may technically sound, yes, you need to get all the dead tissue out. You can sometimes be a little on the back foot as regards vital structures are concerned, where you can leave behind some of the sequestrum. I'm talking not about the mucosa, but just the bone, the dead bone, which has no blood supply, and wait for sharing our experiences with you because we know that we have also learned along the last 2 decades about the management of this condition. The same patient where we had a leak, we had a small microabscess in the level of the frontal gyrus, which had to be excised. You can see the defect of the craniotomy, and you can see the defect after the surgery. But yes, some patients still can be salvaged even after intracranial extension. The reason for showing this slide is that although you may get a patient who already has intracranial spread of infection, if you feel the patient can withstand the surgery, the physicians feel, yes, we can give you a patient on table for general anesthesia, you must at all times try and save the patient's life, and sometimes you will be successful. This is a patient where we actually remove the eyeball, we remove the nose, the external nose, and the palate. And literally from the eye socket, you could look into the patient's epiglottis. So sometimes even with such grotesque disfigurements of the patient, we try and give them, this is another patient with a similar kind of picture. This is his post-surgical picture. And this is the kind of process which we can actually customize the processes according to the skin color, skin texture, eyelashes, eyebrows, etc. And this is how the patient looks after the reconstruction. It's of course not a perfect match, but a very close match. At least cosmetically, the patient can go out in society, although he may not have a functioning eyeball. Some patients do refuse. They say, no, we're happy. We'll just wear dark glasses and we'll be okay with this kind of a cavity, and we leave it at that. Because of course, it's not just our own medical recommendations. It also has to be the patient's consent, availability of adequate expertise, and financial constraints sometimes as well. So to summarize, the surgical management of patients of mucormycosis, surgery is essential. I think all our speakers have reiterated the same fact that surgery has to be done. The timing of surgery is equally essential. Now, the other challenge which post-COVID patients pose to us is not just the fact that we can operate them, but we have to operate them when they can withstand a general anesthesia. Many of them have corads of 20 and 21, 22, and we don't know whether we can even withstand a general anesthesia at that point of time. Thankfully, this infection usually comes in the tail end of the COVID infection. We normally see it in about 14 to 18 days after the diagnosis or after the initial presentation of COVID. So that, in any case, we've got some time already. We've got till the inflammatory markers have settled to a certain extent, but many patients still don't get fitness for anesthesia just because of the lung involvement. Radical surgery, like Dr. Bachi said, whether it's endoscopic, whether it's external, whether it's a combination of both, that includes radicality in the eye as well, because when it comes to the patient, life first, vision next, sinuses afterwards, in that order of decreasing. Medical management and surgery are incomplete without each other. The medicines cannot reach till the surgery is done. The surgery is ineffective if the medicines are not perfusing the blood. So they both have to be simultaneous and equally aggressive for the patient. And timely diagnosis and salvage.
So coming to the last slide, the take-home message to all my colleagues who are attending this webinar is that if you have any patient that you are treating either in the hospital or on home quarantine for COVID, before you discharge the patient, before you complete the treatment, please instruct them that any new symptom concerning the nose, sinuses, throat, eyes, face after COVID, such as nasal stuffiness, nasal blockage, nasal discharge, which could just be mucoid. It need not be blood stained, it need not be brownish, but excessive mucoid discharge, excessive nasal discharge just suddenly occurring. Today I slept, tomorrow I got up with a nasal stuffiness with some discharge in the nose, or watering of the eyes, redness of the eyes, blurring, itchiness, diplopia, that is double vision, drooping of the eyelid. My eyelid is not opening well on the right side, I don't know why, or a protruding eye, a dull ache behind the eye, facial numbness, facial weakness, any swelling, any redness of the face, or any headache, any unexplained drowsiness. If they see any palatal ulcer, discoloration, loosening of teeth, or pain after recovering from COVID, please come back to your physician or go to an ENT consultant as soon as possible. This is the kind of early cases that we are seeing today. We are seeing almost 4 to 5 patients every OPD in my department OPD at Nair Hospital. We should remember that early detection will give us the best results. So if you want to target the best results, we have to work together as a team to detect this and treat this condition early. I would like to thank Dr. Girish Rajadaksha, Dr. Saraf, and the entire organizing team for honoring us by inviting us to share our experiences with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bachi and Dr. Vicky, for a wonderful session. I think as physicians like us who are dealing with post-COVID mucor, we don't know what goes behind the scenes in terms of the debridement issues, and we have always questions, how frequently and how regularly do you need to do imaging? So some questions from the audience. Most important is how frequent would you go for the debridement? How do you decide when and how early should you go for it?
Ideally, what we would want is to debride maybe every 3rd day, but each patient responds differently. Basically, see, what are we debriding? We are debriding the dead tissue that is created by the fungus. So if we see that blackening is occurring earlier, we can debride every day. We can debride every second day. And then there are some patients where you debride well, which are early cases, and you see that you take the patient up for diagnostic nasal endoscopy, DNE, as our ENT surgeons colleagues term it. So you take an endoscope and you check. On the third day, you see that nothing is there. Then you will ask the patient to come back maybe after a week or every week for debridement. So depending on the response of the patient to the medication, depending upon the aggressiveness of the mucor, we will debride the patient accordingly. But early as every second day, you can debride the patient. The faster you debride all the dirt that is there, remove the unhealthy mucosa, allow the bleeding margins to occur over there, the faster your amphotericin is going to reach there, which is what we are going to do with our team of intensivists and physicians.
How about the frequency of imaging? How frequently and what screening would you do in the beginning?
So the gold standard for suspecting diagnosis is always going to be a contrast MRI. Ideally, if done at day 0, the time of presentation of the patient, and we assume that the next few days the patient is going to undergo a sinonasal or with or without an orbital debridement, the next imaging should be done within the first 2 weeks. The reason being that the critical time of spread of infection from the sinuses to the eye to the brain is usually between 8 to 12 days. So in that window, if you have a stable intracranial presentation, for example, if you've already got, say, skull base osteomyelitis, you got some dural enhancement, but that intracranial part has not increased within 8 to 10 days, sometimes up to 12 days, you can stretch it, of the first surgery, then you're in a very good space. So the first follow-up imaging, first is at day 0, next between day maybe 10 to 12, and then once in a month is sufficient unless new symptoms occur. Because MRI is also time-consuming, costly, and in COVID times, availability of MRI and sometimes in COVID patient becomes a big limitation for us. But the bare minimum would be day 0, sometime between day 10 and day 12, and then once in a month. Before that, only if new symptoms, for example, there's a convulsion, there's headache, or there's severe headache, or there's signs of there's fever, there's worsening of ocular symptoms of the eye has been preserved, then the MRI has to be expedited. Otherwise, day 0, day 10 to 12, and then once in a month.
Well answered. There's one more question coming from the audience. Dr. Kanishka has already mentioned about it, but supposing it's active COVID, patient is not yet discharged and probably showing signs of mucor. What about the fitness for surgery and how much risks are we all willing to take?
So we do have patients like that with us. And now I think all of us are taking risks to save lives. So that is up to each person, of course. But at our institution and in my department, we have operated patients who are COVID positive with mucor, taking all precautions. You could wear, your PPE, including your PAPRs, to make sure that you do not inhale that. You can have a negative pressure operation theater. And of course, provided the patient's general condition is fit, as Dr. Vicky also said during his talk. So what we need to explain to our anesthesiologists, who always have questions as to this is to be done, that is to be done, ye investigation, you can't wait. So it's a semi-emergency. We have to take a call that if the patient can be given general anesthesia, please give it so that the first hit is the best hit. We can remove everything possible. If that is not possible, under local anesthesia also we debride our patients. So at least remove whatever is possible till the patient complains of pain. If the patient can tolerate, it is better to remove as much as possible. When we are doing it under local anesthesia, we use only 4% lignocaine. We do not use adrenaline. For obvious reasons, we do not want vasoconstriction now on top of the thromboembolic vessels that are already present. So we do our best to see that we can salvage these patients.
So just to add another point, that we do something called surgical triaging in patients who are COVID positive with mucor. So two criteria have to be met. The first criteria is that the intervention should benefit the patient as regards life and vision is concerned. That is one thing. If that is, then we consider the second point, which is the patient going to withstand the procedure? So then from say 10 patients, we'll narrow down to at least 3 or 4 patients who will definitely benefit from that intervention and not have a problem with the anesthesia. So we have to reduce that. And because see, the surgical exposure is there in the ICUs, it's there in the wards, it's there in the theater. We understand that. ENT surgeries are, of course, highly aerosol generating procedures. We understand, and they go on for 1 to 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours sometimes. So the exposure to the entire surgical team, the OR setup is also immense. So we also surgical triage. We don't deny the patient if the patient meets the 2 criteria of triage. So yes, if this intervention is going to save, we will do it, provided the patient can withstand it, should not come out on a ventilator because of the surgical intervention. We only have those 2 criteria to certainly meet. In fact, just to summarize what Dr. Bachi said, basically.
I think it's quite clear to all of us now, and I feel that clarity about triaging patients and deciding aggressive intervention is the need of the time. One more thing that I'm seeing is setting up nasal, the mucor clinics that's happening in many places. I'm sure your center must be having one. The point is that do you encourage or suggest that patients before discharge are advised to go a screening by the ENT specialist, like especially if there's a high risk situation like diabetic with uncontrolled sugars during his COVID stay? Do you really recommend that, or it's a waste of resources?
It's not really recommended. What we actually are doing at our hospital is having a post-COVID OPD. So we call these patients regularly at regular intervals, maybe weekly, where we have ophthalmologists, we have chest physicians, we have our general medical people over there, and we have the ENT surgeons. And we ask them for symptoms. We try and screen them. Because if every patient after COVID is going to be screened, it is going to be a very tedious job. So we screen patients, we educate patients before they are discharged. And as I said, also patients who are on home quarantine, there are a lot of patients who I am treating on home quarantine also. So I inform them regularly that if you have any of these symptoms, do not wait, do not get scared. We are seeing, unfortunately, patients coming in very late stages of mucor. I assume probably it is because already they've had such a bad stay in the hospital or such a bad scare that COVID se marte bach gaye, abhi where we will go to a doctor, So we will take a crocin, I'm having fever, I'm having a little pain, I'm having little retroorbital pain, maybe kuch sinus hoga, And then the next thing is when the eye pops out and you have diplopia or suddenly loss of vision, you run. So don't do that is what we can recommend to every patient who comes to us who is gone through COVID, that please come back for an examination.
And the other thing what we have to mention here is very important, that now post-COVID mucor, there's nothing like high risk anymore because there's no pattern. We have patients who are 27, 28-year-old young, fit farmers who are coming to us with mucormycosis. And on hindsight, when you do their IgM levels, the IgM levels are high. That means the patient got a very recent infection. Non-diabetic, healthy people, or probably people healthier than Virat Kohli also. We have those kind of patients coming to us. So when there is no high-risk pattern left anymore in post-COVID mucor, there's no point in screening only the high-risk patients. So every patient who comes to the post-COVID OPD undergoes that questionnaire. The ones who are sequestered from that go for a screening, and that's how we do it.
I think I must take this opportunity to thank the ENT team and our team also where we are working, because it's been a great help from this. I mean, the mucor management wouldn't be possible without ENT surgeons. So thank you so much for the wonderful talk. Thank you, everyone.
Team approach, always.
Over to the anchor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bachi and Dr. Vicky and Lokhande ma'am. Now I just hand over the session to our sir, Mahesh Dabir sir. He will address the faculties and our delegates.
Before, sir, Dr. Amit and Dr. Girish, if there are any questions, could you like to address that?
I think Dr. Rajadaksha is on mute.
Unmute kara, sir. Dr. Unmute kara. Kar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
sir.
Yeah. So now it is already 1:10. So whether people are really interested,
Yeah, I think we must
because
have
it was a
covered a
really
lot
good
of.
academic feat. But if some people are willing, we have no problem, and faculty has no problem. It's okay. Mr. Dabir?
Yeah. So first of all, sir, on behalf of Sinsan, I would like to thank MAP for having confidence in Sinsan and giving us this opportunity to organize this program, which was, I think, so very aptly timed, because the third wave is also, everybody is worried about the third wave and the new challenge which all the physicians are facing regarding mucormycosis. So there has been a fatigue of both COVID as well as Zoom meetings, because there are so many meetings. But I'm very happy to inform you, sir, that we have got more than 1,000 doctors who have logged in for this today's program. And we have got doctors across the country who have attended. So this shows, if there are certain topics which are of the need of the physicians, definitely it's a boon for them and they want to update themselves. So thank you once again, sir, for giving us this opportunity. And lastly, I request all of you, because all of you are on the front line as far as managing COVID is concerned. So please stay safe and stay healthy, all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Dabir, Dr. Rajadaksha sir, our president of MAP, all the esteemed faculty, Dr. Bachi, Dr. Vicky, everybody who's spoken so far. I think the faculty, the chairpersons, the organizers, the anchor, Pallavi, I think you've done a wonderful job. I think thank you to everybody for a very successful and enlightening Sunday morning. We look forward to such academic participation in the future as well. And we hope to meet each other face to face in the time to come. With the permission of Dr. Rajadaksha sir, I would want to then close this meeting and thank you everybody once again for a wonderful morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much.